never have any memories of it. I think some people do.
And that is time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction or the initial statements. And then, DeFreak, you have 8 minutes on Does a Christian God Exist? Uh, Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your timer.
Go ahead and start. Okay,
Good
I'm
to
just gonna
go.
wing this on the fly. Um, just coming up on a whim, but we have many reasons to believe in God and the Christian God. First of all, we have the actual scripture, which is accurate in its excuse me in its history and geography, and probably a lot of the genealogy and a lot of the characters and a lot of the different things that pertain to history in terms of like Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon, and Egypt and Pharaoh, and the Assyrians, and how all these cultures kind of cross reference each other in their own writings or their own record keeping with their seals that the kings of these nations or these, I guess you call them nations, had when they would send correspondence. They would, make a hot wax seal and they would stamp it with their seal. We have thousands, well, I don't know if thousands, we have hundreds and hundreds of those seals from those different uh, civilizations all throughout the time of Israel and those other nations, and they cross reference each other in Sanskrit and the Hebrew and whatever the Babylonians were speaking. Probably, I'm not sure what it was, but Egyptian and their hieroglyphics or the whatever they had or both. They do reference those other nations, so we know that those are all true. They existed. They were there. There was a record. There's cross reference. There's everything that is required for valid evidence. Okay, so we have the archaeology. That's the archaeology. We have the geography. Egypt is still Egypt. The Red Sea is still the Red Sea. Mount Sinai is still Mount Sinai. Syria is Syria. Uh, Asia Minor is Turkey. Now we know that. Persia was Iran, and Babylonian was Iraq. So like all these things are still pretty much intact today, and these ancient civilizations, are derived and gave birth to what we have today over there in the Middle East. Ethiopia is still Ethiopia, mentioned in the Bible. Sudan, Libya, all these nations, So now you have the geography, you have the archaeology, we have the physical evidence of Mount Sinai, where God came down in a portion of His glory on and rested on the mountain, where we see the burnt top of the mountain, and that's physical evidence. And that's recorded in the Bible. Exodus something. I wish I could do that off the top of my head, but uh, so that occurred, when the Israelis were leaving Egypt and they crossed the Red Sea and they settled in a camp or whatever where that occurred. So a lot of these things are traced; they're archaeologically accurate, and so the case there is pretty solid. We have uh, we have the pillar that is actually on the Saudi Arabia side of the Red Sea that demarks where the Red Sea crossing took place. The Egyptian side is not there, but the one on the Saudi Arabian side actually is there, and that is also prophesied, and it is also referenced in the Bible. Isaiah, I don't know, it's like maybe I'm not sure exactly where it's at, but it's in there, and it's also something that is tended to by King Solomon. Um, okay, so then we have the Old Testament prophets and their prophecies. A lot of them are coming true. A lot of them have come true. A lot of them are cyclical. A lot of them are one timers. A lot of them are happening right now. A lot of them are going to happen. We can use prophecy to basically solidify that God is real, because there can only be so many things that are coincidence before you have to actually consider that those coincidences have to add up to at least something, if not at least a little bit of diligence and looking into. Because if you're just going to dismiss it all like outright because whatever, then you know you're just sealing your own fate, because there's no way that magic or tarot readings or sorcery or dreams or could come up with these kind of things and be accurate to the extent that God is. So we have history, we've got geography, we've got archaeology, we've got prophecy, we've got scripture, and we also have testimony, whether it be written testimony in the scripture or third party kind of written testimony, or even current testimony of people who are always claiming to have an experience. And it's kind of funny how it's always the same object that they're having the experience with. It's not just some schizophrenic delusion of the I don't know, the brick wall outside, or the 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 S Mountain, as they call it
2
here,
minutes.
and where they have the football games at, or the stadium of it's always the same object. And finally, the biggest evidence for God is the Lord Himself, Jesus Christ. He declared Him in the temple, and He proved Him when He was resurrected. Thank you.
Thank you to Freak for the wonderful intro. So I'm going to pause the timer real fast. So this leaves about an hour and 15 minutes left for the debate. So that's perfect. If we need to go a little bit longer and everybody's cool with it, we can add a little bit of time at the end. But with that being said, this is a mega bloodbath debate. So let's keep the low blows out of it, right? Let's try to be somewhat fair with each other's time. All of you are very nice people. I think this should be a very productive conversation. The Freak and Jack are on the same side. Howdy and Kurt are on the same side. So at least for the purposes of the debate, let's do our best not to be arguing with your own teammate. Yeah, I don't think that'll happen. Also, during this debate, there's going to be minimal rules. I'll try not to interrupt too much, but we do want to tie the topics back into, does a Christian God exist? So if you go on a tangent, make sure it's related to the topic and you can tie it back into the topic. It should be pretty easy to do if you're staying on topic. Go veering off course on the topic and not tying it back into the topic is a negative point for the audience at the end, and they'll know to hold that against you when they go to the vote. So if that happens, just keep in mind that's a negative one imaginary point. And then there's a couple other things. Declaring yourself the winner is a negative one imaginary point. Things like that, right? Let's try to have a good conversation here. That's pretty much it. Super chats will interrupt the discussion in a reasonable time frame and shift that. This is how the audience can control the discussion. The super chats will shift to a question, and then the panelists will be able to engage from there. Anybody have any questions? Are you guys ready to rock and roll here? Mega bloodbath engaged! You have about an hour and 15 minutes.
How's it going, everybody?
Hey, I'd like to thank you guys both for really, really interesting openings. And I think we have a lot of agreement, right? So Freak, Jack, Howdy, and I think all agree that Christianity is revelatory and that we can decide about the quality of the Christian God based on revelation primarily. Is that true?
I think that's fair. Yeah. Yes.
I need to think about that, because there's a lot of the evidence for God is cumulative, and so there's not just one thing that's gonna bring someone to God. For me, it was a combination of a bunch of different things. So just saying it's revelatory,
Well,
I
Freak,
don't know if I can agree with that outright.
Okay, so you certainly mentioned revelation in Scripture as a primary component of your faith. So would you say
Yeah.
it's at least an important component?
Definitely, yeah, it's definitely a important component. Just like learning anything is, it kind of reveals itself to you when you are reading a book about anything. It clicks, or you understand it, and that's kind of a revelation, right?
Sure, right. So then here's the key question then. There are many people in many faith traditions who experience revelatory experiences that may or may not correspond with the revelatory experience of another individual in a different faith tradition. So, if revelation is a primary way to find out the truth, how does a modern evangelical Christian decide between their particular revelatory insights and that of a Mormon who has a burning in their bosom about the truth of Joseph Smith in the Book of Mormon?
Well, um, real quick, I'll just say that what you're kind of proposing. The opposite would be something like our buddy Wesley and his vision that he has, and his assumption that everyone in the world has also had that same vision. But we know that that's just not true because of our own experience. We have none of us have had the same exact vision that Wesley's had. So the fact that God can make us individuals with our own individual fingerprints means that He's going to reveal Himself in our own individual way, in His own individual way with us.
Yeah. So, who's Wesley? I don't know what you're talking about.
Wes Curry.
No.
You don't. The older gentleman with the white hair, he's from Chicago. Used to, kind of be running around on the streets. Found Jesus, had the vision.
Yeah, I'm still completely lost.
All right.
What is
Yeah.
his vision?
Um, the vision looks like a painting from Egypt or something in the Nile Valley with like a bunch of crops and the moon, and it's I don't know what it is exactly, but I know I haven't had that
Okay,
dream
so
or that
you
vision.
do not find his revelatory experience controlling for your experience. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. Like
And
God
Jack
is
looks
going
like
to.
he's nodding along, right?
Yeah,
So
I
Yeah,
think
what tools did you use to determine that?
because his assertion is that everyone has had that vision.
Okay, he asserts that I've had that vision.
Yes,
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like that's wrong for me for sure, right?
right.
Yeah. So we can be confident that someone who asserts something that they say applies to us, but we can know ourselves we don't have that experience. We can rule that out. So I think all of us would agree that's ruled out, right?
Yeah, definitely. Except, I mean,
Okay.
we can't categorically rule out, revelation like that. But
Right. But what I'm saying is like there's people who really get a burning in the bosom about the truth of the Book of Mormon and the truth of Joseph Smith's Doctrine and Covenants. And
mhm.
so what I want to know is those people accept the Christian scriptures in some form, but they have a very different interpretation. And yet they don't say everybody gets that burning in the bosom, just they do. So how do you adjudicate those claims between the two traditions?
um, I have to think about that for a minute, Jack. If you have something, it's a
it,
good question though.
these are great questions. What came to my mind is trying to explain an experience, trying to explain a flavor. Our explanations internally and externally are going to be based upon our level of not knowing,
Real
right?
fast, the freak, you have like a fan buzzing in the background. If
Mm,
you're not talking, could you please mute your mic just for the sake of the audience, please? And thank you.
yes, boss.
Um, Sorry, I forgot what I was saying.
I do apologize for
We
interrupting
were
there. I
on
wasn't
how do you
trying to throw you off.
adjudicate between faith tradition revelatory claims?
Thank you. And what I was pointing out is the level of vocabulary, the level of words, the level that's going to determine our ability to explain. And a lot of things happen in life. Some of them just cannot be explained. And when there's enough synchronicities, enough coincidences, similarities and patterns, you kind of it adds up. And so I think the answer to that question is each of us, our discernment. We each have to discern what is true and what is not in a world of
And do
lies.
you use your sense experience and reason to make that determination?
I would say greatly, because
Okay.
to me, that's what the Holy Spirit is. In that Trinity, that's our inner knowing, what we would identify as our intuition, our inspiration, or our gut. Those things.
Can I ask a couple of questions? So, did you take notes on my opening, or do you remember much about what I said in my opening?
You had a number of conclusions, and I didn't catch all of them. I got hung up on a couple of the logic trains, but please
But
go
you
ahead.
didn't write any notes. I didn't know if DeFreak, were you here, and did you hear my opening, and did you have any notes written down, or do you remember any of what I said?
I heard it and I didn't take notes because I was trying to get up here. But uh, if I thought about it, I could remember a few things. But you were on a few different things. So
That's
if there's anything you want to touch on in
no, that's totally
particular,
fine. Before I get into my
Howdy, I took notes on your
yeah,
opening if you want.
Thank you.
no, I'm not gonna interrogate
Okay.
you, and I'm not really gonna interrogate you guys either. But I did take notes on both of your openings. So I'll start with Jack.
Wait. Since you took notes, can we touch on the audience super chat real fast, and then you can go into your notes? Is that fair?
Whatever you want to do.
Cool. I'll be quick. Shmi Muanger says God sends himself to our dimension, Jesus, like we sent a robot gorilla to a gorilla habitat. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. Sorry for interrupting.
So I'll start with Jack since your opening was first on my notes. So at the start, I couldn't tell. Would you say that you're a Unitarian or a Trinitarian, or are you undecided? Or are you not comfortable with labels like that?
I don't know that I have a clear enough identification of the various. I don't know that I could identify myself with any of those, to be honest.
Okay, you had mentioned the lying pens of the scribe. Do you take it
Yep.
that maybe the translations that we have, or the manuscripts in the original languages that we have, and even the original manuscripts that those were copied from, do you think that that transmission of revelation was errant, and that there are possibly, if not plausibly, mistakes in the corpus of scripture we have access to today?
Um, the revelatory nature. That's a great question, and I don't know if I'm making excuses for it or not, but um, I know that the texts and the intent have been corrupted. From what I've been hearing, there's been more archaeological finds, more discoveries of ancient texts that show maybe some differences. Like recently, I heard of a discovery on another version of the Moses scroll, one that may not have, all of the animal sacrifice stuff. And if there is that, if there was a law offered to man, just basically the Ten Commandments, and without the animal sacrifice, that makes a lot more sense to me. So,
Okay, and
yeah.
yeah, it's short is better for me. And you said that he is beyond logic. By that, do you mean that God, his actions, or his attributes are not bound or adhere to the classical laws of logic?
Well, here, I'll give you the conclusion I've come to because it defies logic. I believe that God is, and we only believe that we are.
Okay. Do you think that God can do anything contradictory if he wanted to?
Of course, from our perspective, much of it appears contradictory. It's
Okay. You had also mentioned that he is beyond words. By this, do you mean that God himself is either inexplicable or unintelligible, or what exactly did you mean by that?
it means we have a better chance of identifying what God is not than trying to define, because definitions create limits, and I can't imagine any limits on this God. I in my head and heart.
Okay, the next thing that um, we can identify divine predicates such as divine or holiness or saintliness. When you say identification, are you talking about your perception of like your senses, like you see something or you hear something or you smell or taste something that you would predicate it as being divine?
Uh, Again, I suppose it depends on the definition of divine, but it wouldn't just be an inner experience. We can witness and observe divine as well.
Could you give me an example of something that you've witnessed or observed that you would classify as divine?
Beauty, the gorgeous sunset, the magnificent waterfalls, the babbling brook, any of that. To me, that is all divine.
Um, by divine, do you mean that they are essentially divine or divine in their nature? Okay, thank you. You'd mentioned free will. I don't know if you mentioned this in passing or if you're saying that if free will exists, that God exists, maybe.
I ran with the conclusion that free will is that I suggested that we have the choice to ignore truth or seek the truth.
Um, you had said that you are convinced and that you believe, um, but you would accept that people have personal testimonies of their own that would conflict with your revelation.
I don't know that other testimonies would conflict with my revelation, because part of my revealing was external revelations, hearing, learning of testimonies, firsthand experiences of others, along with what I had learned and experienced for myself.
Okay, and has God ever given you any personal, subjective experiences that are unshareable with us that maybe you can't really explain or put into words directly? Like, has He spoken to, like, or anything like, so you're not like, okay.
I've never had any supernatural voices or powerful phenomenon, but I have experienced periods of just ecstasy and bliss during prayer meditation, doing nothing.
And you attribute your ecstatic experiences as directly from God?
It's a
Okay, and would you agree that there are hundreds of thousands of children who pray to God and die of starvation and cruel and unimaginable suffering?
yes, it happens.
Okay, that was it for Jack. I only have two things to say about Freak. It seems like Freak was making like a general historical case. He said that scripture has historical or geographical facts that support its reliability. So, would you agree that like I could make a book today, including thousands or tens of thousands of accurate historical facts that would lend to its credence, would not necessarily entail that everything in it was inerrant? Like I could say, list off a bunch of trivial facts about what's going on today, and then at the end say, "Oh, by the way, God is a green apple." That would make it necessarily the case that God is a green apple, correct?
Yeah, like you have the Odyssey, an ancient text that's maybe part fiction, maybe part truth, maybe both, that you could reference. But then you can also reference something that's total fantasy or fiction, excuse me, fiction, which would be like the Harry Potter stuff or the Lords of the uh, Rings stuff. So I just don't think that, based on the fact that all these geographical locations are still intact, that they're still there, that they're referenced correctly, uh, would would cause anyone to think that the Bible is a made up fiction like a Harry Potter.
So you had referenced the Iliad. So you agree that like the Homeric epics, even like Gilgamesh, Hellenistic period writings about pantheistic gods, could include historical information, but also would include facts, or would also include propositions that you find to be false, such as the existence of Zeus, or maybe have some other things that you wouldn't take to be inerrant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, are you aware that it generally was the case that in ancient writings they didn't distinguish between fictional and non-fictional? They had sort of a blend in their writings of both genres.
I mean, maybe for the Greeks.
Okay, you had mentioned, I don't know if you had mentioned, I was trying hard to parse what exactly you were saying. You said maybe there's like lots of manuscripts that are sort of cross-referencing that we have. So would you agree that we do not have the original manuscripts for the New Testament writings?
Um, the originals, I think that would be accurate. Yes.
And you would agree that we don't have the copies or the copies of those copies either, and that at least not completely. Like we have maybe fragments of the copies, but nothing like no complete works of the earliest copies. Is that
I
correct?
don't think I could agree with that. No. I think there are copies that are intact, and they're probably housed in the Catholic, vault or something. But they've been compiled. They're rare. I mean, they're super rare. But I think there's like a copy of the original, and there may be like one of each or something like that. So I couldn't agree, just outright with that statement.
So you would disagree with the statement that the earliest complete codices and unseals are dated to the earliest in around the 400 AD with the Sinaiticus, the Alexandrinus, and the Leningradus unseals.
No, I couldn't agree with that either because the Council of Nicaea was before then, and they were able to compile uh, just from the regular folk in the township or whatever, that some people had a copy or whatever. They were able to round up just a few of them, and they used those during
Do you
that time.
do you think that we have that material that they had today?
It's possible. I mean, it might be fragmented out at this point, but unfortunately, unlike other things like the original, sealed, scrolled up Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John type. Those definitely don't exist as far as I know.
Do,
These are copies that were harvested from the citizenry, basically.
do you have a complete codex of the New Testament that you could date earlier than 400 AD?
I don't, but I'm pretty sure that there's at least a copy of. I think it's Mark, that exists in the Catholic vault or whatever.
Do you know what the name of that manuscript would be? Or it's
It's been a long time,
we'll say
so
like P70. Okay, that's fine.
yeah, it's been
And
a while.
and the last thing that you had mentioned was experiences. I don't know if you were referring to near-death experiences. Would you agree that near-death experiences are conflicting and non-replicable?
Non-replicable. Yeah, I would agree with that for the most part. And what was the other thing you described it as?
Conflicting. So someone will say that they met the Hindu god and he had like a monkey face and the nose of an elephant, and someone will say they met the gator god, and someone will say they met the Trinity god, and someone will say they met Zeus. Would you agree that these are conflicting accounts from near-death experiences?
Yeah, but I don't think that those people that are seeing those things are seeing the God.
Okay.
So
Do
they
you
may perceive it as that, but it's not. It's not. They're having a. They're not perceiving what they saw correctly.
And do you think that there are any alternative explanations available for these experiences, such as hallucinations or um, mental altering substances, or lack of oxygen, or dreams, or anything else that could possibly account for these experiences?
The ones that are like medically, that are actually medically, no activity, brain activity, medically, pronounced dead, whatever. There's no alternative, unfortunately, because there's just no way that a chemical can induce a whole experience and actually retain it and be able to recall it once they come back. It's not possible.
And the last thing was you said was Jesus asserted that God exists, and Jesus was resurrected, therefore God exists. Um, so, do you think it's this is kind of silly, but do you think it's possible that Jesus Christ could have existed and could have said that and could have resurrected and God not existing? Like it could have been maybe an implausible explanation, like he's from the future or he's an alien or has some scientific equipment, or I don't know, you could say like the resurrection was misunderstood, or he was a body double, or any of these weird theories or scenarios that could account for both of those three datum points.
Probably not, because the Jesus that we know actually loves mankind, and that Jesus would probably be like worship me, kind of like a dictator alien, bow down kind of a entity, because that's usually where the ego goes.
Okay, that's all the notes I had on both of you guys. I thank you for clarifying your opening statements, and I guess I'll let you guys ask us questions, or maybe Kurt wants to talk to you guys a bit. Hopefully, we can get into my arguments later. But if you guys had questions, or Kurt, I was gonna step back for now and let you guys talk.
I did have one more question, since I think we still all agree that at least revelation is an important component. Is that right? So, in the Gospel of Mark, in chapter 17, Mark, it's Matthew 17. Mark has it in chapter 11, and it's in verse 23. Mark says that if Christians tell a mountain to be taken up and thrown into the sea, that it will come to pass. So, as far as I know, no Christian has ever done that. And that's clearly like all the Gospels include that pericope. So, and that seems like such an easy piece of evidence to like decide if someone's actually got the strength of Yahweh or Jesus's father, which I'm not sure if we didn't really stress that position, Jack, but like, what is Jesus saying there in the Gospel of Mark? Is he making a hyperbolic statement that he means to be taken as a metaphor? Or does he really think that and just no Christian's ever gotten that power?
I think it has to be taken metaphorically and spiritually. A lot of the things that Jesus talks about are spiritual in nature, and just like you have the whole armor of God, type of spiritual warfare type of
Yeah, I think
stuff
that's
going on.
Paul. I think that's Paul.
That's what.
I think Paul is the one with the armor
Yeah,
of
yeah.
God, not Jesus.
But it's referring to like the spiritual realm and the spiritual battles and the spiritual reality that doesn't pertain to an actual dirt hill mountain being moved into the sea and displacing the
Sure.
whole.
So, okay. So this brings up another method, right? So if Jesus says that I will be a cornerstone and I'll build up the temple in 3 days, and he says you'll be able to throw a mountain and it'll go into the sea, but those are all metaphors, right? Like Jesus wasn't really a rock and mountains didn't really fall into the sea. How are we so certain that his claim that he's going to rise from the dead isn't also metaphorical. And in fact, in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus's dead body never shows up in the earliest manuscripts. The women run away, they never tell anyone, and there's only a youth in the tomb. And in Pauline soteriology, which Mark is clearly following, Paul says flesh and blood can't inherit the kingdom of heaven. And so in Pauline understanding, there wouldn't be a flesh and blood body for anyone to see, and Mark doesn't show us one. So how do we know that Jesus wasn't talking metaphorically there as well?
Well, like I said, it's a spiritual kind of lesson, a spiritual talking about faith and whatnot at that time, any spiritual reality. His resurrection is a spiritual reality, right? I mean, it's
So
actually
you agree that he didn't resurrect into flesh and blood in Mark. He only resurrects spiritually.
No, I don't agree with that. He since he is glorified and is God, then he can do whatever he wants, however he wants, whenever he wants, and he doesn't care, like what we think about it. Really, I mean, he does, but uh, the thing is, the spirit is what is resurrected, and the body just kind of came along with it, right? Because
Okay.
how can a physical body walk through a wall and eat fish? Right?
Okay, but that's not in Mark. See, so that's all people trying to correct Mark. We really
Right.
have to, if we're going to use the principle of historians, which is go to the earliest source possible, and the more difficult the reading is, the more likely it is to be correct, right? The
I don't know.
harder it is,
Against the
that's
Occam's
called
razor.
lectio. No, it's called lectio difficilor, lectio potior, right? So the
I don't
more
know.
difficult reading is more likely to be original and correct. So the
I don't know.
difficult reading is there's no physical body, right? Christians don't typically like that reading, and the other gospels all try to fix that. So if we take Mark as the primary text and we see him as following Paul, who says flesh and blood can't inherit the kingdom of heaven, and we already show that he's used metaphorical language and hyperbolic language, how do we know there was a physical body resurrected when he doesn't give us many things that the other gospels do, and the other gospels really don't like his gospel and really try to fix it?
Well, I wish that I had more understanding of the end of Mark that you're referring to without having to look it up right now. But since I don't and I can't reference anything to the other ones,
Okay, well
my
then we'll
answer
just
would
leave
be,
that. Yeah.
acceptable to you.
Jack, do you have an explanation?
You asked some great questions. My understanding of that, Mark 11:23, regarding faith. And faith is a mystery. God's power is a mystery. I mean, I can believe in what Jesus said, but for what will would the Father move a mountain? I don't know. But the whole point of that part is to truly express that there is power in our faith. Jesus talks about that over and over with the healing and with all sorts of things. So what is it actually intended to mean? I think it's like a subtle message telling us think big. Think big and have faith.
Okay, and then I did have one other question. So again, we've all agreed that this is all revelatory, right? And do we all agree that the Hebrew scriptures are the basis for the New Testament?
To my
I
knowledge,
would
I
agree.
believe so. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, they
Okay.
were all Jewish too, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. So and Tafreek, you did bring up that the prophecy is a very important component, and that you view the prophecies in the Hebrew scriptures as important to understanding, right? So the Hebrew scriptures do name one historical person as the Messiah that we are pretty sure did live in history and is a real person, right? So who is that?
Hold on, I gotta think now. I think in the Talmud there was.
No, it's not the Talmud. The Talmud is not a Hebrew scripture that I'm talking about. I'm talking about in the text of the Hebrew scriptures that we put in the Bible.
It's either Ezra or Herabel or something. Or I'm sorry, hold on. Zerubbabel, is that the name?
No, it's not Zerubbabel. It's Cyrus the Great.
Oh, okay.
So Cyrus the Great was called the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible in Isaiah 45:1, right?
All
Are
right,
you
I'll take a
familiar
look.
with that?
I mean, I I wasn't raised in church or anything, so like I know scripture and I know my way around it, but I don't have it like memory versed. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. I don't expect you to. But wouldn't you say that if the Hebrew scriptures get all that way down and then they eventually say, and oh, by the way, we've been pointing towards a Messiah and here's his name and this is who he is, we can stop looking?
Yeah, but what other prophecy did he fulfill? If you're talking about Cyrus, I mean, he commissioned the temple being built, right? But
Yeah,
after
and
that,
he brought the Israelites out of the bondage that they were in by the Babylonians.
right? But after that,
And he was a king, like he was a king on earth.
that's true. I don't see where it
He
says
was a king
calling
of
him
kings.
Messiah.
The word in Hebrew is lemashio, which is anointed, right? So that means the
Okay,
Messiah.
okay, but we also have the same thing said about Nebuchadnezzar, my servant Nebuchadnezzar, who was killing, and who actually
Now,
brought about
Nebuchadnezzar
the
is not called the Messiah.
well, but he's called an anointed or a servant, and he's the one that took the Israelis, captive and deported them to Babylon. So God
Right.
uses
Yeah.
whoever he needs, whoever he wants to get things done. That shouldn't be a big like. Okay, yeah, Cyrus fulfilled some prophecy. That doesn't mean he's the Messiah. That doesn't mean he had. It doesn't
No,
mean he
I'm
was
not.
sinless and was able to take away the sin of your sin and my sin.
Okay, but the Bible doesn't say anything about like the Messiah taking away sin in the Hebrew scriptures. That's all a Christian interpretation.
I don't think so. I have to find it, but I'm pretty sure that it alludes to it.
Okay, so do you think that the Jewish people in Judea in the first century were the experts on what they thought about the Messiah and the Hebrew scriptures, or is someone else an expert on what they thought?
Yeah, they're not the expert because they misinterpret things wrong. Sorry.
So they didn't know what they thought about the Hebrew scriptures in the first century. Someone else knows what they thought better than they did.
Well, they got it wrong, didn't they?
Well, that's a personal opinion you may have, but they were there and they had the Hebrew scriptures and they were in Jerusalem at the time, right?
Right, but the Messiah died, and he didn't usher in their kingdom, right?
Well, you know why they didn't think that he was the Messiah is because their book already told them who the Messiah was, which was Cyrus.
Okay, so then why wasn't their kingdom ushered in, and why aren't they ruling the world?
Because there's no God,
Okay, so
Wait.
right? So
basically, it
there's no
proves that
God,
it
right?
proves that they
Yeah,
weren't the expert.
People,
It proves that they
well,
still weren't
no,
the expert.
their
people tell stories
interpretations were
and
wrong.
they get stuff wrong all the time. And
Right.
so the fact that someone told a story or said something would happen and it didn't happen is just Wesley, right? That's just a normal day. That's what you brought up earlier.
Yeah,
People
but you're
get
saying
shit
you're saying
wrong
that the
badly.
first century Jews are more expert than say us because they were there, but obviously they got it wrong. So how could they be the expert?
Well, no, you're saying obviously they got it wrong. What I'm saying is, how do you know that?
Well,
Um,
because then what they said about the Messiah, or what they still say about the Messiah, hasn't happened. Right? It hasn't ushered in. They're not ruling the earth, and their Messiah died.
No, no, no. What if they just think their Messiah was going to take them out of captivity from Babylon and send them back to Israel, which Cyrus definitely did?
Okay,
they
but they would
That,
still
so they
be
weren't looking for a new Messiah at that point because they already had one in Isaiah. And when a guy came along and said he was that, they like didn't listen to him and didn't pay attention. And then he said that they could like talk and move mountains into the sea, and nobody got that ability. So like, this guy didn't know what he was talking about. I'm going to ignore him.
Wow.
Okay, that's going to be a more of a religious.
Just like you dismiss Wesley, right?
Well, I
Well-
disagree that I had the same vision he had.
Here,
Yeah, so you dismiss him because it doesn't make any sense. And Hebrews at the time would have heard this guy says that Christians can tell mountains to fall into the sea, and they obviously can't. So I'm just going to dismiss it. It's an easy check digit, right?
Not really, because I wouldn't dismiss everything that Wesley says. Just when he says that I saw the vision that he had, that's not true. So I don't agree with that. But he says other things that are, possibly, accurate. So I don't just dismiss somebody outright. That's just not what I do. But uh, the fact that Jesus was talking about having faith and being able to move a mountain with your faith and being, be able to overcome like things or whatever with faith doesn't mean that a Hebrew who is looking for their Messiah to, rescue them or whatever from Rome, and to usher in their kingdom, and they're going to rule over everyone, and everyone's going to bow their feet or, bow their knee and kiss their feet. That didn't happen.
Okay, so that's fine. Let's move on to one other thing, because you're really clear that you think the Exodus really took place. Is that right? Because you made a big point about that.
Yeah, I believe the Bible. Sure, yes.
Okay, so and then do you believe that people can throw sticks on the ground and they turn into crocodiles?
I think that God could do anything, actually.
Right. So do you believe it actually took place? Like, do you believe that Moses and Aaron threw their staffs on the ground and they turned into crocodiles?
Yeah, I think, why not?
Okay, that's fine.
Possible, why not? I mean,
point taken. So then you think also that God magicked away all the human stool and all the fireplaces and all the broken potteries and all the corpses that would have been found in the Sinai from the Exodus, right?
You're talking about the Israeli corpses or the Egyptian corpses?
The people who were like, supposedly there's hundreds of thousands of people. I'm just going to say, let's say there's 20 to 40,000 people. Some of them would have died, right? And they would have had to been buried in the stratum of that time frame, right? And when the Israeli archaeologists went in over the late 20th century to the Sinai to try to find the archaeological evidence for the Exodus, which they totally expected to find, they didn't find anything.
Well, I don't know how you can find anything in a sea where there's actually sharks and there's
No, I'm not talking about the sea. I'm talking about the desert of the Sinai, which they supposedly wandered in for 40 years. They would have made campfires. They would have had pottery. They would have had animals who would have had bones. They would have had people who died, who they would have buried over a 40-year time frame. So your assessment that the Exodus is historical either is that God let all that happen and then magicked away all the evidence, or that the way that it's described in the Bible is not real.
I mean, like thousands of years of erosion and storms and dirt, and dust.
Yeah, we can dig things up from the past and they stay in place in the past. Like, we can dig up things from 1,000 years ago in the United States, and if it's in the correct stratum, it's as it was 1,000 years ago.
Even if you were looking for a World War II style mass grave or whatever, that's still like a needle in the haystack when you're talking about thousands of miles of desert. And they were running around in circles, by the way. That
the Israeli archaeologists had modern techniques, and they looked using those modern techniques, which are good enough to capture a group of 100 people who went through there 150 or 300 years ago.
So they found some people.
They found evidence of previous people who'd gone through the Sinai, but not at the correct times that could possibly have been the Exodus, and certainly not in the numbers that would have been the Exodus.
I think you're on a fishing expedition on this argument. It really.
No, it's not a fishing expedition. It's just the facts.
I've heard that as well. That
modern Jewish people accept that the Exodus is mythical.
No. I've heard that as well, and there's a lot of mystery in all of this, in the past, in the present, and the future. And I think that's the point. You mentioned, if I can swing us back, Kurt, regarding
Sure.
the question of the early Jews, the early whatever, the people at that time and their perspective, and you made a conclusion that it points one way and they were wrong. Therefore, it points to the conclusion of the absence of God. And now, truly, if people are wrong in their faith and what they say, then yeah, it causes doubts. But what I what I observed is the mistake I made. I judged God because of people. And that's what, if we dismiss all of the information because something, doesn't add up completely, um, we're missing out.
Sure. So, I spent half my life as a fairly committed Christian and really, really took it quite seriously, as you may be able to guess from how I'm talking about it, right? But none of the stuff that I'm talking about here is the reason that I gave up Christianity. The reason I gave up Christianity had a lot more to do with the story it tells about the beginnings and the endings. So both of those issues were the big problems I had. So from my point of view, like there's just no role for the deity to get us to the point that we're at now. And there's no coherent concept of Christian understanding of what happens after we die. And those two things were what really led to all my doubts. But they certainly didn't get any smaller once I started actually critically analyzing the revelation and the scriptures themselves. So what I would like to say is like, there's a lot of different textual traditions and religions that I investigated myself. And so it's not Christianity that made me think there is no God. It's investigating all the other God concepts, like the Muslim God or the Zoroastrian God or Buddhist God concepts or Odin or Zeus, that made me think there's no God, right?
Interesting. See, in my look, I saw similarities between the faiths, and it just confirmed my initially my belief. But that's interesting. It is interesting how we find different things.
Yeah. So I think Howdy and I have asked a bunch of questions. I'm happy to take questions, and I'm sure Howdy is too.
Yeah, before I'm ready for questions, I just want to ask DeFreak, would you agree with Jack that God is mysterious and also unlike anything in creation?
Yes.
Okay.
I
And
mean, he's the creator.
did you have any questions about well, how should we do it? Like maybe I have questions about like what like do you think that there are problems with agnosticism or atheism, or were you
Well, I was going to ask Kurt real quick. You researched all these other religions and everything, and do you assert or do you agree that basically all those other gods are possible?
It depends on your definition of possible, but I would say in common parlance, I would say they are not possible.
Okay.
Like it is possible that there's a space alien spaceship behind Jupiter, but it's not possible, right? Like,
okay. How about
there's metaphysical possibility and genuine possibility, and I would say genuinely, none of those gods are likely to exist.
Okay. I was going to say, I was going to basically say you just said, but do you think that they're plausibly possible except for the Christian God, basically?
No, I do think. Look, I totally get where God concepts come from, and again, people have like very profound, deeply felt experiences if they have sleep paralysis or temporal lobe epilepsy, or they experience a deep loss or have head trauma, or for instance, in my case, I was in a severe car accident that made me fear for my life, all of those profound experiences give people a sense either of presence or of an actual physical sensation of a very real supernatural event. Like there's no doubt that, especially prior to our era, the default would just be to accept that these people were telling the truth, because they would, for every discernible answer, be telling the truth, right? Like Luther himself apparently had sleep paralysis and interacted with the devil on multiple different occasions. And it's very hard, like especially before there's an understanding of neurology, to get behind that kind of certainty, right? Fyodor Dostoevsky very likely had temporal lobe epilepsy after a head trauma. So did Ellen White. And so these experiences that these people have feel very, very real. And I'm sure other people see that they get value out of it and get a lot of respect. And so if they're charismatic, they're going to get a following, and people are going to find it, coherent to understand that over time. So the dichotomy that modern apologists often will say is that either these stories are true or they're like a fraud or a fiction. I think that's a terrible dichotomy, and I think it minimizes how important people's lived experience is to them. All I'm saying is, from my point of view today, I don't view those as compelling pieces of evidence today.
Have you ever seen Ellen White's headstone?
Yeah, I have seen it.
Pretty weird, isn't it?
I mean, I grew up in that tradition, and I have very mixed feelings about Ellen White, as you can guess.
Oh, I didn't know that. Do you think that we're ever going to be able to produce energy to where we're not just boiling water to produce electricity?
I don't know how that's on topic. But sure. I mean, probably we'll find a way to make better sources of energy than we have now. We certainly have up to now.
And so, a lot of this, like, it just seems like when like people deny the Exodus and other parts of the Bible, like just kind of, I don't know. I don't know if they're just challenging everything or if they're just, basically trying to debunk the whole thing by, saying that that wasn't real or whatever. Where do you think a lot of this revisionist history comes from?
Well, again, there are parts of the Bible that modern historians believe do genuinely express actual historical events, right? So there was a King Josiah. We know there was a King Josiah. And we have reason to think that the book of Deuteronomy was written right around the time of King Josiah, because it meets the political goals of his kingdom. And also it matches exactly the language of Hebrew at the time that he was king. And oh, by the way, the story of its discovery is that, we were looking through the temple and we suddenly came across a really old book that seems to be written in exactly the type of words we write with right now.
But hold on a second. God favored Josiah and he liked him. He was one of the good ones. So why would God have Josiah commission a false history?
That's like telling me, Jack was possessed by the spirit of the Overlook. And so why would Jack have ever tried to hurt Danny? In The Shining, there's a mythical story being told. And I don't believe that The Shining's mythical story is true. And I also believe that in the Hebrew scriptures, there are, powerful people and not so powerful people who are telling stories about the past to prove a point and get people to do the things they want them to do. So King Josiah, if he's writing part of the Bible, is going to write himself as a good character and that God likes him, right?
You think that Josiah wrote Deuteronomy?
Again, that's not me. That's what modern Israeli biblical scholars say.
And that's based on the slang of the Hebrew at the time.
It's not slang. Again, like if I write a book today, 1,000 years from now, they'll almost certainly be able to tell roughly when it was written because of the things I say in the book, right? And the words that I use. When you hear Shakespeare in English, does it sound like modern English or does it sound old?
Sounds old. Yeah.
Yeah. So all languages do that all the time. All languages are constantly changing, right? No cap. So if I write a book today and I end it with no cap, it's all real, they'll know that I wrote that after 2015 because nobody said that before that.
But the thing is, if it's constantly changing, then how can you know exactly which one it was? And so it's really all just speculation at this point. Plus, we have
Well,
in the Quran.
no, it's not just speculation. It's constrained, right? Do you understand the difference between random speculation and constraint?
I mean, I don't think that you can pin down a certain type of accent
Okay,
slang of a Hebrew to a certain
DeFreak.
era in time. To a
Okay, well
particular
let
king.
me let me explain it for you in a way you'll understand for sure, right? So, do you know there was a time when there was no English language? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know when English as a language first begins to form? Do you know that roughly? No?
I
Okay.
should know that, but I don't.
700 to 800 of our common era is when the Angles and the Saxons move to Britain and they start developing their own unique language, right? And some of the earliest texts we have from that are actually like translations of parts of the Bible from King Alfred the Great. And then we also have Beowulf, which is written in Old English, right? And when you hear Beowulf written in Old English, which is from what, 1,200 years or so ago, you can't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to you. Even though it is in English, it's no longer mutually intelligible, right?
Yeah, there's some people from England that are like that.
Okay, but if you came across a book that was written supposedly in Old English, but it was from 400 and was supposedly written in London, you would know that that was not true because what language did they speak in London in 400?
German.
Latin. London was part of the Roman Empire, so they spoke Latin. So if you come across a book supposedly written in Old English in 400, you know that that's not true because nobody spoke that language in London at that time, and that language didn't exist. So yes, there are some variables, but there are constraints. So when did Hebrew as a language form?
Oh well, probably when Adam and Eve were like talking.
Yeah, that is not true. There's no evidence of Hebrew existing until at the very earliest 1000 BCE.
I don't. What? Okay, why is that? Just because that's the first
Why
scroll we
is
have?
that? Because that's when the language formed from the previous languages that it formed out of, right? So
Okay, so
English
wait a
formed
second.
from Old Germanic. As the Angles and the Saxons left Germany and moved to England, they started speaking differently from the place they Saxony, and they a new language that started to get called Old English. And before that, it was just the Old Germanic that they spoke from that area, right?
Okay, but listen, if you're talking about a particular type of Hebrew, a particular type of accent, an older type of slang, or whatever attributed to this type of king, and you have scribes and you have errors, it's speculation, dude. I'm sorry.
No, when languages are formed is not speculative. When you start writing a language, then you start writing in it, and that's when you start seeing it, right?
Yeah, but you can't
People can't
attribute
have a language that nobody writes in.
Deuteronomy to an older, a late model Hebrew or Israeli, whatever, king, because also I put it in a back chat. There's more than one verse of the Quran that says that God gave the scripture, the Torah to Moses. Okay, so there's confirmation that's not in the
You're
Bible.
using the Quran to
That's
prove the
right.
Bible
Yeah.
because you believe the angel Gabriel gave it to Muhammad and he was telling the truth?
Well, he didn't give it to him. Muhammad received like any old prophet, Old Testament prophet would have received. but it's consistent in the Word of God.
So, and Muhammad memorized it perfectly with no mistakes, and so did every single other person for at least 50 to 70 years.
Well, no, he had like 10 scribes that were, floating around with
Nope,
him.
nope, nope. He did not have
Yeah,
scribes. That's not correct. That's not the tradition.
of course he did. He had like cousins and other family people
Nope,
that were there,
nope.
and
They
they would write
memorized
down
it.
what
They
he
didn't
said.
write it down.
They did. That's how
Text,
it got written down,
no.
because the dude did not know how to
Uthman
read
is
or
the
write.
one who took the recitations and wrote them down.
Who? Muhammad?
Uthman, not Muhammad.
No, he had many scribes.
Okay,
There's like 10 of them.
honestly, let's move on.
Seriously.
Do you have a different question that's not based on the Quran?
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's confirmation. There's spiritual confirmation in the Quran that Moses wrote the Torah. Okay, so this whole Deuteronomy thing with King Josiah, it's
I
bunk.
just want to be clear. Are you a Trinitarian?
Yeah,
Okay, so you're a Trinitarian and you understand that the Quran says you're going to go to hell, but you believe the Quran is accurate when it comes to Moses.
yeah, definitely.
Okay, all right. Well, let's
Yeah,
move on to a different
but you're
topic.
mischaracterizing, first of all, the Quran, and second of all, the Trinity itself. Then the Trinity is a descriptor. It's not a God. Okay, the Trinity is different aspects of the power of God. It's the one God, three manifestations. Doesn't mean that there's three gods. So even though the Quran was directly rebuking the Roman Catholic Church at the time by saying, do not say three, desist, whatever, it's still him. It's still the same God of Israel and Abraham. Anyway,
So you understand the very first Christians were the Marcionites, right? Do you know who they were?
I mean, what wasn't it the disciples and
No, the disciples called themselves members of the way or the branch. The term Christian didn't really start until the late first, early second century. Like Pliny the Younger clearly knows the term Christian, right?
I don't
But
think so.
these Marcionite Christians believed that the God of the Bible was the demiurge who had created the world by mistake, and that Jesus was the son of the God above, the God of the demiurge, and that he had come to save the world from the demiurge.
Where does this demiurge originate from?
The demiurge is the God of the Hebrew Scriptures in Marcionite theology.
Sounds bunk, dude. It sounds
Yeah,
like
that's what a lot of Christians
it sounds
today
Greek,
think.
and it sounds bunk, and it
sounds like
doesn't
bunk.
line up with the God of Israel and the prophecies of Isaiah and Yahweh.
But do you know what the very first
Jacob.
Christian? Do you know what the very first Christian churches that we find in archaeology say they are? They say they're Christian Marcionite churches. The first one is Dura Europos.
Where is that at?
It's in Anatolia.
Which is Syria?
No, Anatolia is modern day Turkey.
All right. So the first churches, okay.
So there were a lot of Marcionites early on before the, what you call the Roman Catholic Church formed, right?
I thought they were Orthodox.
So Marcionites are not what we now call Orthodox, right? They had a different understanding. And again, one group was the synagogue of Satan, right? Revelation is really clear that there's one group of Christians who are the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure what you're saying is true in terms of like these people existed or whatever. That doesn't mean that they had the concept of Christ and redemption and salvation and everything else correct.
So you're
I don't
saying
know what their beliefs were, but there was plenty of different Christians that were spreading around all over the place in Syria and all throughout Turkey and Greece and Macedonia. Okay, and even the North Sahara, whatever they call it. The North African Libya and whatnot.
Cyrene, yeah, sure.
right? So I'm sure they were all different. I'm sure they were all different sects. I'm sure they were all, uniquely different by based on whatever little thing that they could separate themselves as a different group. I'm sure that that's what they did because that's just
Okay.
what humans do.
So how is it that you're sure that the Nicene Council got it right and that the Marcionites got it wrong?
I mean, the obvious Catholic answer would be because they, prevailed and they were able to spread and metastasize across the whole earth or whatever, blah blah blah. But I don't necessarily buy into that. I would have to know their actual ideology to be able to answer that question.
Okay. Well, do you think rapid growth is a sign that God has blessed a group?
I mean, it could be, but I don't like to buy into that because it's just too easy to say that, and I don't think church authority should be based on that.
Okay, so it's possible that there's a small group of people who are like only 50,000 people who are the actual ones who have Christianity right and everybody else is wrong?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the thing is,
So what's the size that a Christian group has to be considered for possibly having God's favor and being right?
all of them. I think that they're all right.
So you think
Okay, so
Mormons and Orthodox and Catholics and Jehovah's Witnesses are all right?
yeah, I think you're going to find a lot of each of those in heaven, and you're going to be surprised. Okay, if your heart is right with God and you believe in Jesus Christ that He took away your sin and that He actually rose from the dead, yeah, you're going to be there.
What about atheists?
You're going to be judged according to the Scripture, and so you'll be judged. Some of you will be judged righteously, and that's great.
Okay, so then why would you do evangelism if people who are atheists can still go to heaven?
Because why would you want to have your flesh judged when you can basically skip that portion and still gain the power of
Oh,
eternity?
you're an annihilationist who believes in the purifying fire. You're exactly right. That is Pauline soteriology. Good job. That is absolutely correct. Paul definitely means that, but most Christians don't, right?
I don't even know exactly what that term means, but I know that your flesh is forgiven when you believe in Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and after you die, if you didn't believe in it, you'll have a chance to be purified and then end up in heaven. I think
I don't
that's
mean
that's
to
That's
remarkable.
interrupt,
possible. I'm
but
not saying, I'm not saying that's not possible.
Sorry, Howdy, go ahead.
well, I was just saying like maybe you guys could wind down and let Jack have the floor. I don't know if Jack wanted to. Oh, he's just laying back. Okay.
And there's about 10 minutes remaining, people, but we can add a few minutes afterwards because we'll get some voting and whatnot done. Also,
No,
if y'all have
Freak and
super
I-
chats, make sure you get some super chats in. We'll make sure to have some time for those if there's any ask.
Yeah,
Just
Freak and
really
I have been back and
briefly-
forth too much. So Howdy and Jack talk. Yeah.
Well, Jack, do you affirm the inspiration of the Quran, and do you think that there's like multiple paths to salvation, like apart from Jesus or anything like that?
Well, there's many messages. The one God has revealed the knowledge and the wisdom through many, many different vessels. Different messengers at different times have brought these instructions and pointing the finger for us at the way. Sorry, I lost the question.
That there's do you know what like religious pluralism is? Like there's lots of truths in other religions and lots of different traditions, even though they conflict, are inspired.
Yes. For me, I came to the conclusion, what rules over me? It's truly the truth that I'm aware of, what I know. So for me, truth is God. And there is truth found in every philosophy. There's even truth found in every lie. And if you take that as conceptually, well then God, that's the way God is. God reveals itself perfectly and uniquely to each of us at just the right time, in just the right way. And so salvation for me, it means aligning with the truth. And then when we align with the truth and we feel a peace, we're not filled with anxiety or fear or resistance. In that peace, there's a wholeness, And that wholeness and rest, that's to me love. So it's the truth that leads us to love, and it's love that leads us to the truth. And I believe that's the significance of Jesus and the Father.
Do you think everyone will be reconciled to God eternally in the end?
This kind of ties to something I heard Kurt say, and I don't fully understand, but to me, it makes sense that God is the beginning, God is the end. We are the experience in this in between. But even in our life paths, the opportunities are the beginning, the results are the ending. We don't control opportunities, we don't control results. To me, that's God controlling everything.
Do you think it's possible that you could be wrong and it's maybe God doesn't exist? Or are you like absolutely certain God has to exist? If God, like, it couldn't be anything else.
Um, I'm pretty sure if I'm wrong, then this is just a dream. This is not real. But then again, that might be if I'm right too.
So
Because
it's okay, go ahead.
I came to this conclusion the other day, and it's the only thing that makes sense to me. We are individual thought forms that feel and remember, but we only exist within the mind of God.
So sort of like divine conceptualism, um we're in a dream, we're in God's dream sort of thing.
Possibly.
Really briefly, DeFreak, do you also would you agree that, or I don't know if, because I don't know if he said that, but do you think it's possible that you could be wrong?
Wrong about which part?
Oh, sorry, the existence of God. Or do you think that you're absolutely certain and that God must exist? Maybe there's like, you think without God there's some sort of contradiction or something like that, or
Yeah.
it's just like totally inconceivable to you?
Based on my experience and everything, I would have to say that yeah, God exists. I don't think I'm wrong about it. Just unless my own testimony is lying to myself, right? Then I have to assert that yes, he's real. And there's a lot of different things that would also convince me. Like I say it in chat all the time. Biological symmetry. A bingo card Joe Biden dumb luck Powerball ticket is not making something able to work that efficiently. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Uh, for both of you guys, really quickly, do you both affirm or reject evolution? And do you think it's like necessary to affirm or reject evolution for there to be good?
For me, evolution is fine, but to the point of like class jumping or like species jumping. Uh, that's where it starts to conflict with the Bible, and that's where I would have to say that's where it stops. But God would certainly give life the ability to adapt to its environment.
Okay, so you reject like speciation. Is that your position, Jack? You also would reject speciation?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't have a clear definition of that word speciation, but in nature, through people and science have identified patterns of development, and I think that is growth and could also be considered evolution.
Like, you don't think we could wind the clock back and, Homo sapien, Homo erectus? I don't know the exact path. Maybe Kurt could line it out a bit clearer, but that we came from like maybe like vertebrates and then fish and then all the way back down to single-celled organisms. Like, you're on board with that?
Even in that theory, I'm still in. I still think it includes God, even in the existence of some wild theory of evolution from single-celled organisms into these other developing forms. If that was possible, it's still within a divine order.
And my last question for both of you: uh, do you think that moral judgments such as X is good, X is bad, you should not X, X is permissible or impermissible, do you think that those judgments are independent of the attitude that God has towards them? So, like, for example, let's say torturing babies for no reason at all is wrong. Do you think that that's true? And do you think that if it's true because of God's attitude towards that?
I didn't fully follow the question. I'm not sure if I fully followed the question, but sorry.
I would say I can answer. You know, part of the reason that we're here, like as human beings or whatever, is the whole problem of evil. Eating the fruit of the knowledge of, from the knowledge from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Our testimonies are literally hashing out what good and evil are going to consist of throughout eternity. Okay, so like whenever we hurt somebody or they hurt us, those little nuanced things, those itty bitty little nuanced individual things that are infinite, are going to be used in the judgments of future things as they're if they're good or evil or not.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Do you think that it is true that torturing babies for no reason is wrong? Like, is that true? Okay. Do you think that
Yeah.
is true because God declares it? Or do you
Um,
think that God would not want you to do that because it's true?
I would say it's because God also created that thing, and if we shouldn't be destroying what God created.
Okay. I could go a little bit, but I don't know if I can get much more out of that.
Can I can I
Yeah,
jump in on that one?
sure.
The idea of causing harm I believe it violates the order, because assuming God's qualities being the force of creation, well, if we align with creation, then we preserve, nurture, and grow life. We don't destroy life. And I've heard some theories on this universe that we exist within. In the concept of the one, there's one universe, there's one God, and that one being has produced us. And the law of this universe is it's fully balanced. It's a complete balance of good and evil, light and dark, whatever, positive and negative. And the law of the universe is it's united, so it's unconditional love. That which is free to be as it is. And so the idea of causing harm on an innocent, well, that clearly causes harm to ourselves because of how we're designed. There's self destruction mechanisms built into us with our guilt and our shame that come up. So, the idea of the universe being one, we are one with the universe, and the universe is unconditional love. Well, love in itself, it's not a thing, it's a relationship. And so we are the relationship with the universe in every moment. Is that making sense?
Yeah, like love is awesome. The question is like, why is love good? Uh, are you saying that love is good because it's in alignment with God's will and His stances and His qualities?
I would say that. And I'd also suggest it falls in line with what Jesus spoke. Love.
And real fast. So we did hit time, but I'll add a few minutes here. I said we had 10 minutes because it sounds like y'all have some more back and forth you need there. But Professor Hizzle, It says, thank you to all the members of the panel for their participation, and a big thank you to Taco for facilitating this event. Great discussions were had. Thank you, Professor Hizzle. That's greatly appreciated. And I'm adding 10 more minutes because it sounds like y'all do need some more back and forth.
Well,
And
that's where I was. Sorry. I was wrapping
Yeah.
up.
If
But I wanted Jack to ask something because he didn't ask a single question the whole time. So come on, give us one or two questions at least. Give us something.
yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Please and thank you, because I am curious. I don't know if I may first, not to eat up time, but thank you all sincerely. These have been great conversations.
You got 10 minutes to question people, Jack.
All right, let me do it. So, okay, how do you, if you come to the conclusion in the absence of God, then what is, do you have an explanation, or you just have an open, I don't know?
An explanation for what exactly?
How and why everything is.
Well, I believe there's something. There's like causation. So I'm a causal realist, and I think that what exists is causally dependent on prior states of affairs.
Okay.
So, like, if I drop a ball and it hits the ground, it hit the ground. The explanation for it hitting the ground is because I dropped the ball.
I agree with that. It's the universe is made of cause and effect. One cause brings an effect, and it continues. And that which was plus that which is creates that which will be.
Right.
But you've narrowed down the negatives, saying you've concluded, I'm assuming you've concluded that there is no supernatural beyond the cause and effect, but there's an order to it. And so what's behind the order of the cause and effect, if you were to guess?
Well, you could ask something like, well, what explains like physical laws, like a standard model of particle physics plus gravity, and say, well, why do they obey these relational, like why do these hold or why do they obtain? Well, there's well, I can say that they're either necessary or contingent. Like if they're necessarily the case, then it's this way because it has to be this way. It could be the case that they're dependent on something like some more fundamental truth, um, or it could be that there is no explanation for them, and they're just some brute fact about reality. Um, in any case, about like the nomological laws, I think at the bottom of any of reality, even if there is a God, is logic. And so you could say why whatever if you're trying to explain something. Well, no matter what it is, I think it's going to at least be in virtue of the fact that it is itself and it's not something else. And it's either it's one or A or not A. So I think the foundation, like the bedrock where it all bottoms out, for me at least, would be logic. Even if there is a God as such, I could ask, is God God? Okay, then he exists in virtue of the law of identity. And I could say, is God not God? No. Then he exists as such in virtue of the law of non-contradiction. And is there a God or not a God? There is a God. Therefore, it also exists in virtue of the law of excluded middle. So that's my position on explanations where they bottom out.
I'm not sure.
Wait a second.
Please go ahead.
Oh, because when you were explaining this in your opening, that you said that basically it was unsound in both scenarios, but now you're saying that it's possible, or you're saying actually you actually sounded like you were just asserting it. So where am I getting that wrong?
So I think any transcendental arguments for the existence of a revelatory God are unsound because they're self-refuting. Transcendental arguments by the structure are analytic. So analytic arguments are arguments that are true in virtue of the definitions of the words, or you could think of like them being a priori, which require no experience. So if they don't require any experience, they don't require any revelation. If your God requires revelation, then he cannot be derived analytically or a priori. So any transcendental argument for a revelatory God is self-defeating.
Do you think that it's illogical that the molecule that's used for cellular respiration in animals is the same molecule that actually causes decay?
Um, you're talking about oxidation. Um, Illogical? No. Something being illogical is a statement of the form A and not A, or neither A nor not A, or A is not identical to itself.
Okay, but we're talking about O2, which is needed for life, and is also what causes death, essentially.
Yeah, that's not illogical, no.
It's not illogical. Okay.
Um, so what were your thoughts on that, Jack? What did you have for a question or a comment on that, or did you were thinking about something else?
I'm not sure if I followed your arguments clearly, but this idea of God, truly, my logic prevented me from accepting that there could be a God for most of my life. And then I became broken. I was an alcoholic. I was ready to be done living. And in the rooms of AA, it opened my mind to the idea of higher powers. And I experienced a profound I had a profound experience one night, and it opened my mind. And so I started searching for answers, learning of previous saints, previous scholars, yogis, gurus. Mankind has had some amazing people, and that's who we are. We're all amazing people who were created to become. I'll wrap. One thing that helped me better understand the idea of God, the Trinity, and such, it was from the realm of science. That line from Tesla, you want to understand the universe, start thinking in terms of frequency, vibrations, and energy. If you consider God and even the characters, even us, we're all characters, we're all personalities. Every character, every personality has qualities, and these qualities are in line with our energies. It's kind of conceptual, but I think that's what we are. We're concepts.
So one thought on that is you said you had mentioned AA and understand that they stipulate that you have to believe in some form of higher power. Certainly, I understand in the utility or the usefulness or the pragmatism of certain false beliefs. There's actually a philosopher who talks about this, but I don't want to get into too much detail. But so, for one example, let's say that you have a gun, um, and you clear it, you cycle it, it's empty, unchambered, unloaded. You know that it's true that the gun is unloaded, but you should be trained, or you should train yourself to act as if the gun is loaded, because in doing so, you will prevent potentially disastrous outcomes. So I I don't know. Sure, I mean, I guess I could grant that belief in a higher power or God, or even the Christian God, can be beneficial to someone in lots of different ways. Maybe you could even say in
1 minute.
sort of communities or tribes or societies. Um, Unfortunately, that wasn't really the topic of the debate. It was whether or not it's true. So, regardless of whether it's more useful to believe that the gun is loaded, the question is, well, is it? And the answer would be no. Are we doing closing statements or
Yes,
questions
we will
or
be.
okay?
Is everybody ready to do those? I can stop the timer.
Please.
Sounds like it. So, I believe the atheists went first initially, correct? Cool. So
Yeah,
the
I think we did.
atheists are going to close it out. So Jack and DeFreak, y'all will start first. Whichever one of y'all wants to start with your closing statement first, just go ahead and start talking, and I'll start your 8-minute timer.
Well, I'll start. Jack, sorry if I got wrapped up with Kurt a little bit there, but sometimes like if I kind of put something on the back burner, I'll never get back to it because I'll forget what we were talking about or something. So I hope that didn't infringe on what you were doing or what you're doing. So anyway, I love all these guys up here. I love chat. I love tacos. The only person I really don't love is that guy Fu or whatever. But that's a different thing. Anyway, I think of Howdy and Kurt as like, they're like lawyers. And Kurt would be a great like lead attorney in a trial, and like Howdy would be like the perfect observer, like counteractor, counterpuncher. Like they make a really great team, I think, actually. So I just want to give props to those guys and whatnot. When it comes to God, Jesus, he fulfilled tons of prophecy, what he said, and what Jesus means to God is actually something that we need to really consider, because we can think about whatever we think about him or whatever, but one thing that I learned when I was starting to learn about Jesus is, you just need to think about what he says about himself. Like when you read the gospel, when you actually go through it, just take it for like at face value, like whatever he's saying about himself, like maybe consider that might be the case, and what he means to God. Okay, he's the one who reconciled God and man, and back to uh, a working relationship because of the fall and the knowledge of good and evil, and all that other stuff. So, proof of God, yeah, it's out there. Archaeology is actually science, in major universities like the British Museum of Natural History, or any major like university. Archaeology is a wing or a sector of that institution, and it is actually science, and they actually do look at biblical archaeology as a real thing. So like this whole science is like an allergy to Christians is false. Okay, so like, but people have to spread their narratives or whatever. And it's just weird, but what are you gonna do? That has nothing to do with the evidence for God, but it just shows that I think that we're lacking overall in the country in terms of education and openness, and tribalism is still like a thing, I guess, which kind of sucks. But I think we just need to do better in terms of evidence for God. You've got Jesus, you've got State Farm, you've got the dollar bill, right? It says that God like it's not make believe, okay? It's not a fairy tale. Like it's actually in your currency. It's actually a part of your insurance policies. I'm sure those lawyers are not stupid that all work for the insurance industry, right? They go through all those numbers and they do all the predictions, and they figure out the lawsuit costs and everything else for like the safety belt that was like defected on your Toyota or whatever. Like, they know what they're talking about. So like when it says act of God in there, like it's not just something that's made up. Okay. So, I mean, take that for what you will as like evidence or whatever, but like it's a thing. All right. So like all this like fairy tale fantasy made up, like, come on now, it's a thing. Theology is a thing, just like science is a thing. It's all part of the overall human experience of the very complex things that we are. We learn, we work, we love, we have political strife, we have social strife, and we just try to all make the best of it at the end of the day. And I just think it's more wise to consider God and believing in Jesus, because you actually will have forgiveness of your flesh, and then you'll actually have the power to please God at that point. So it's just a win-win. And whatever happened to the church, whatever happened to, that got you away from Him, it wasn't God's fault. It was someone else being judged, and I would just consider that, and that's all I got.
All right. Thank you for the beautiful conclusion, Da Freak. Jack, I'm starting your timer whenever you're ready. All
Please do.
right.
To my partner, DeFreak, short notice, thank you for jumping in. To Howdy and Kurt, thank you. The conversations have been amazing. The Christian God, does the Christian God exist? We covered a lot of things, from history to hypotheticals, trying to understand these concepts, and this is what it takes, honestly. It's kind of, I was just considering, what am I going to say at the end? Well, the reality is, does the Christian God exist? I'm betting my life on it. I am. I have been. See, my life transformed, and it transformed before I understood Jesus, before I understood God. I had only just found a taste of love. And with a taste of love, after years of depression and unworthiness from the disease of alcoholism, um, that taste of love, it transformed me. And the more I started looking to know what is real, the more I started trying on the words that Jesus said. The idea of forgiving the unforgivable, loving the unlovable, being the one who's willing to stand up and lead. To me, that's what the example of Jesus is and was. It's like the prototype, it's the archetype for us to become. But we'll never become like Jesus without faith. And faith can only come through the grace of God and through our seeking. And seeking faith means stepping out of our comfort zones. It means kind of facing the things we're afraid of. And I've been doing that. I mean, my brand and trademark is Live Without Fear. It's inspired by the teachings from the Bible, the example of Jesus. And I'm committed my life. World peace is my goal. So if I'm right and the Christian God exists, then following Jesus is the only way to be. And actually, you know what? Whether or not the God exists, you follow Jesus and you live without guilt, you live without shame, you live without fear. It's a no-brainer, man. But I guess it doesn't prove the existence of God. The results, though, that's where the signs of God can be shown. Just as with me and in the earlier conversations, there's been a lot of doubt in the minds of people about God. And it's part of a perfect story, the unfoldment of time and the evolution of knowledge, and it's brought us to where we are today. Sorry, now I lost where I was going to land at. The Christian God. The Christian God and the teachings of Jesus brings us to know inner peace. I found it for myself, and it really was by trusting the words he said. So for me, I'm a little bit different in a lot of the Christians because they follow the words of Paul more than Jesus and just accepting the words. But if you're going to believe something, if you're going to believe in something, let that good something become a part of you. So for the Christian followers, it's time we show the world what it means to have faith, to be the good neighbor, to be the one who's willing to wash the feet of another, to go out of our way and bring service and comfort to those around us. More Christians start doing this, there won't be any doubts in the world, because we'll also overcome the devils the devils of rule. And I think that's what we're here to do, guys. I don't think I have anything else.
Thank you for your closing, Jack. And I did put up a vote. It's does a Christian God exist? So if you think that the side that is affirming that is yes is correct, put yes. And if after this discussion you think the side that is saying no to that is correct, click no on there. But it's got 28 votes right now, and I see 66 people watching between different streams. So that's youtube.com/@realbreakfasttacos. I know there's a few people streaming. So if you'd like to vote in that, pop up my stream, participate in that. That's going to decide the winner of this. Also, everybody do prepare some Bible verses, because a winning team, as always, will get a Bible verse read in the favorited translation. Now, the atheist side, it's your time for the conclusions. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start the timer.
How do you want me to go first?
It doesn't matter to me. If you want to,
Yeah,
you can take
I'll
it.
go first. You started, so you can go last.
I'm starting your timer now.
All right. So when I started my opening statement, I talked about 3 problems with the Christian God. I talked about the Trinity being contradictory. I talked about the divine substance being incoherent. And then we talked about the fact that there was no stable God concept in the New Testament or the Gospels. And I think all of those objections still stand after our conversation today. But one thing that our conversation did make very clear was that everybody in the panel agreed that revelation is the way people get knowledge of Christianity. And so I have some real issues with the idea that revelation should be regarded as an unalloyed good. And in fact, I think revelation as a privileged concept can be quite dangerous, even though I know that people experience it all the time. One time, there was a man who got a revelation of Jesus appearing to him in a vision, and he got a divine commission to lead and teach the people the right way to live. His revelation grew into a large movement that spread across his homeland and then past the boundaries of his homeland and beyond it, gathering tens of thousands and then even millions and tens of millions into its orbit. This movement eventually raised armies, governed huge amounts of territory, and proclaimed that it alone carried the truth of God. But this movement did not bring peace or justice. It brought ruin. Its armies were crushed in battle, and in the aftermath, more than 30 million people died in the second bloodiest war in human history. Revelation had given this man conviction, but it did not give him good, useful truth. That man was named Hong Xiu Quan. He was a failed Chinese exam candidate who, right around the time of Joseph Smith, experienced visions in which Jesus told him he was the younger brother of Christ, chosen to purify China and establish the heavenly kingdom. He launched the Taiping Rebellion, which we've already talked about, having taken Nanjing, was then crushed by the Qing dynasty, where 20 to 30 million people died. You cannot use any method, and we talked about methods here, to determine whether Paul's vision was correct and Hong's was wrong. And we even discussed this evening that it's just using your sense data and your interpretation that allows you to tell which revelation of Jesus is accurate. But the people who joined Hong didn't know how the story would end. Both of these movements were far-reaching, both grew, but the outcomes were starkly different. So if success or growth validated revelation, then Hong's was truer than Paul's because it got a much larger number of followers in a much shorter period of time. But revelation is danger on a micro level as well. In Genesis 22, Abraham hears a divine voice telling him to kill his only son. The story is presented as a test of faith, ending with a reprieve from God. but we're left with the harrowing figure of a father raising a knife to stab his own child. A horrific picture that everybody today would see as immoral. And yet, in modern America, Andrea Yates, when she was suffering from a severe postpartum psychosis, got the same message from God and drowned 5 of her children in 2001. She told investigators she believed God commanded her to do it to save them from going to hell. And just like Abraham, she believed she was obeying a revelation. Unlike Abraham, there wasn't an angel there to stay her hand. So, whether it's in the hands of a prophet, a revolutionary, or a parent, revelation as a device of knowledge by itself is fraught with risk. People who receive revelations need to understand that they have no guarantee of accuracy, and that they are just as likely to be false as true, and that the only way they can judge them is to talk about them with other people and to get a consensus about whether this is a true thing or not, based on reason and logic alone, and not on the quality of their sense perceptions. That's all I have.
Thank you for the closing, and howdy. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your timer. Oh, and real fast before that, there are currently 33 votes, and there's like 66 people watching right now. So let's get some more votes on that poll. The poll is on my YouTube. It says, "Does a Christian God exist?" There's a yes and a no option. The yes is Jack's side, Jack and DeFreak. The no is Kurt and Howdy. Sorry, Howdy. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, you can start it.
Cool.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. I want to thank Kurt and Jack, and especially getting DeFreak up on short notice. Thanks for filling in for the other guy. It was a great conversation. Definitely a good pace for me. Good tenor, good tone. Thanks for your time. I think everyone brought something to the table. Maybe we can continue the conversation or have something like this at another time. Okay, so my closing remarks on this one, my closing statements. One is that the scripture is plausibly corrupt. Jack agreed, and the lying pens of the scribe sort of lack of divine prevention of inaccurate transmission. So I guess it's not. I mean, it would only be evidence against the Christian God if you take it that the Christian God would bother to preserve the transmission of his written revelation. The other is that DeFreak and Jack seem to take it that there is truth in other religions that are conflicting with the New Testament corpus of Scripture. And so there isn't a Christian God per se. So, I mean, then there's no Christian God, certainly. It would just be God. And the Christian adjective is sort of getting in the way. We've also got it that, well, God doesn't adhere or obey logic, so he's illogical, and he's also unintelligible because you can't really say much about him. So, I mean, if he's unintelligible and unanalyzable, then there is no Christian God because the referent just simply never refers. One was I got that, well, the beautiful sunset is divine. And if you want to say, well, the divinity is God or a manifestation of God or his energies or something. And what you mean by God is like the sun or the beauty of a rose or the feeling you get when you hug your girlfriend. Okay. I would just say you're an atheist. I don't think that's what the Christian God would be. I mean, unless you're just saying that that's what the Christian God is. But I guess one thing I would note is it would be if that's a if like the sun is a manifestation of God, right? Then God is literally an active agent in like giving people cancer, and he's also blinding you if you look at him. Presumably, that would go against the traits and qualities found in Christian literature, and even some of the qualities suggested by our interlocutors tonight. One that that I think sort of irritated me was that the personal experienced ecstasy from prayer from God directly. So this would mean that God cares more about providing Jack spiritual ecstasy than sustenance for horrific child starvation. My only comment on that is that it's wildly implausible. I had an argument. Well, I guess it's an argument if you affirm moral realism, which is to say that the truth of moral judgments is fixed independently of stances that anyone takes towards the propositions such judgments express. Um, and we've heard that, well, harming the innocents is true, but it's true in virtue of the fact that God's stance is his stances through his will or commands or acts um, are not congruent to that or not goodness conferring to that act. It should be intuitively obvious that if God's stances were otherwise, such as commanding the torture of, I don't know, children or something, then disobedience would be morally obligatory. So if you're a moral realist, obviously you have to reject this, at least this conception of the Christian God. And the historical case, obviously, as presented, was entirely unpersuasive. We didn't really go over like the historical case for the resurrection. Even he was just talking about referring to particular locations in the period, and I think a couple of events. But I mean, Kurt went over the lack of archaeological and artificial records for the events. But also, he had to reject that old texts were also a blend of fiction and nonfiction. So just because there's something true in it doesn't necessarily or doesn't necessitate the fact that theological assertions would be true. I mean, this should be obvious. Like if I write a book and I could write, millions of facts that are true, that's not going to entail that when I say, oh, by the way, God is also my left shoe on Thursday. That's just a non sequitur. And the near-death experience stuff that was provided, but then on cross-exam, it was admitted that it was non-replicable, conflicting, and indecisive. And so it might be evidence for God, but it's certainly not evidence for a Christian God as such. So that didn't work. He also had to reject linguistic dating. I'm not even sure like what that argument was, but he eventually had to admit that he rejects linguistic dating for Old and New Testament. He also had to reject macroevolution. So plausibly, like if you take it that Scripture is like it has some credence to it, it's going to cause friction with a lot of modern science. And so if you're going to affirm this Christian God, you're going to be at odds with a lot of things. Like it's going to be a heavy cost for some people, unless you're like a total allegorist, right? But it's sort of unclear. So I guess it just depends on like some conceptions of Christian gods where Christian gods are not allegorists in their writings or something. Anyways, my original point, I had other arguments too, but we didn't get into them. But they both admitted that it was possible that there was no God, and obviously, if you accept that, if the Christian God is defined as a necessary being, then straightforwardly you just run the reverse modal ontological argument, which has symmetry breakers in favor of atheism from weaker modal logics. But the last thing was that my big point was there's just like no reason to believe in such a thing because it's mysterious, sui generis, and ill-motivated. Even the interlocutors agreed to the mysterious nature of God and God being unlike anything in creation. So it's
30
a
seconds.
totally different fundamental kind. And I'll just leave it as the audience to discern whether or not their motivations were good or not. I guess there's like the pragmatic false belief thing, but obviously it's false, and that's sort of was the crux of this debate.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the closing statements, everybody. Now, the audience vote is completed. We have 39 votes. The question was, does a Christian God exist? The positive side is Jack and the Freak. The negative side is Howdy and Kurt. And the winner is no. So the Christian God does not exist, as decided by the YouTube poll, at 82% versus 18 for yes. Now, Howdy and Kurt, I trust you have your verses prepared.
I'll just do a callback to Mark 11:23, I guess.
All right. Mark 11:23. That's right. I like tell you guys this too. You go and tell this mountain over here, hey, get up. Go jump inside the ocean. If you trust God for make that happen, and no trust him only little bit, same time didn't gonna happen like that. And Howdy?
Howdy's looking for one that has the word wahine in it.
Probably.
Howdy?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, Revelations 22:19.
You said?
22 Revelation 22:19.
All right. All right. And if whoever take away stuff that God tell from this book, God gonna take away from his share of the real kind life that the tree give, and his place in the town that stay special for God, that God tell about inside this book. Beautiful verses, guys. That was
So real
Jesus
quick,
Show 22:19.
I didn't get a chance to thank, and I really didn't. I should have. Jack and the Freak, it's been very pleasant conversation, very, very well behaved conversation with a lot of good ideas expressed in a non ad hom, honest and forthright way that I really appreciated from both of you. And DeFreak, huge props for coming up on late notice. That's very, very impressive. I agree with everybody else.
Yes, I appreciate you all hanging out, and thank you to Freak for popping up last minute. You were awesome, man. And that was a great conversation. Y'all all were great. Although tonight's master debaters, as voted by the audience, are Howdy and Kurt. So congratulations on being master debaters, you two.
Congratulations. But yeah, you guys, no problem. Jack, I consider Jack a internet friend. A friend. We've talked a lot, so I had to show up. I just had to show up. So.
Right.
I appreciate it. It was great having you here.
If y'all want to stick around and talk with the audience, we can start pulling people up. Are y'all all right with talking with the audience for a little bit? I'm not sure who wants to come up and ask what, but basically what we'll do with that is we'll do the standard room rules when we're running the group conversations. And so they can kick them, they can mute them, whatever. You four will be immune though. So
Tacos, I have missed my meal.
Oh, no
this
worries,
is my
Kurt.
normal meal time. So I actually was going to stay logged in, but I'll mute myself and I'm going to go grab something and I'll come back.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, if there's a question for you, we'll just bring it back to you. But yeah, so if you guys hate any of the people that come up and chat with them, feel free to remove them. You can mute to cancel, whatever you want to do, right? Or mute, cancel, whatever you want to do with that, right? I'm putting the link for the Restream in the chat. If you'd like to talk with our guests, please come chat with our guests. There's also a super chat from Neck2. Thank you so much. Or I'm sorry, Nobody on Fire. Read the wrong person's name there. Nobody on Fire. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says, sad I missed it. Love to all the master debater. Much love to all and the master debater. Thank you, Nick. We really appreciate this. The link in the chat again here. So you'll have that. And Jack, if you want to share that, you want me to DM that to you on Discord?
I think I've got it.
Oh, cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, feel free to share that with your audience and to Freak You too. I know you're streaming as well.
Thank you.
We've got Hizzle. I see you're still back there. Are you still there, or are you AFK, man?
I'm here.
Oh, cool, cool.
Hey, I'm not sure if Kurt is in earshot, but seriously, these conversations, just as said, they were very polite. We avoided the attacks, and I'm still convinced, though. I'm still convinced in the Christian God and knowing it as love and truth.
You know what's is interesting is I don't even want to change your mind. I would prefer that. I would prefer you to retain your faith.
That's beautiful. That's respect.
Yeah, I think it's good if your faith is the love your neighbor, the forgiveness, the sacrifice. I'm totally on board. Maybe we could get a beer sometime. And even the character of Jesus, the Passion. I'm a total fan of the character as presented in the scriptures, for sure.
It's a wild and unbelievable story. And most of my life, I rejected the idea because I couldn't believe in miracles. I guess, I've heard some of the founding fathers, I can't remember which one specifically, but were of that ilk. They were, I guess the term is deists. But over the past few years, when I started looking, I mean, it froze.
I just added Austin. I can still see you moving. It might have just froze you for a sec. Oh, it's frozen on your end?
Yeah. It's this dang Bible Hub. That friggin' browser
I'm
always...
a little bit too, but...
Sorry, I'd lost my thought again.
I do have to say, Howdy, you are a monster. That was a fire closing, dude. You thoroughly dissected their positions.
The opening as well.
Yeah, Howdy, I will say that for you saying you don't like doing these things, you killed that. You should do more of them, even if you don't like them.
I'll take all of those as compliments.
But you did get a couple of things wrong on my position, but that's all right.
I'm sorry, I had a lot to write down. I have like 2 pages of notes. I was trying my best.
Good work. And that's my apologies. I showed up kind of unprepared as well, and took me a minute or so to get... Took me more than a couple of minutes to get into the idea. But
I had no idea Howdy was that much of a monster, dude. I thought he was like medium size space alien monster or something, but he's like full on Godzilla in debates.
Yeah, and I just had a quick question for Jack. You guys never really touched on it. You kind of touched on perdition, but not salvation. So, like, what's in your mind? How does someone get into heaven?
Salvation is for me, it's the removal of problems. When our problems are solved, we're saved. And that salvation, when we have no problems, then the heavenly realms are with us. That's my interpretation, is we are the cause of our own salvation. It's by God's grace. But when we seek the answers to our problems, and when we go with faith, the universe reveals what we need to know.
So heaven isn't a place, it's a state of being.
Correct.
Okay, and we could achieve that state of being in life.
Yes. The kingdom of heaven is now. It's here. It's everywhere. It's just like the truth, and it's just like God and heaven. All those things, they can be found and experienced. But how do you describe those things?
Yeah, well, what steps could someone take to try and achieve that state of being?
Practice being present with loving awareness. In other words, the absence of thought, but the awareness with a joy and appreciation. You practice that mindlessness, as some of the Eastern philosophies say, I guess. To me, that's what Jesus and the Buddhas were teaching, to flow with what is, but Jesus took it another step, not just flow, but become a part, an active part in the revelation of the future.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it kind of seems like you're mixing in some Eastern ideas about intentionality with like the mantric nature of prayer. So I'm not sure how to take your response here.
Possibly, but I'm not sure about mantric nature of prayer.
Well, you talk about like these states of euphoria that you achieve, how it's like intentionality in the prayer, and to me, it just seems more Eastern thought field than Christian theology. It seems more in line with like meditation than prayer.
It is. My views probably are, because that was my path. My path took me into the Eastern philosophies of non-duality, and that concept of non-duality, when I read the New Testament and the scripture, it just kind of clicked, made sense.
So you found some kind of syncretic overlap then that you're practicing?
That's what I was saying earlier. I looked into the history of religion and looked at the basic principles of many of them, and I found underlying themes that were consistent. The selflessness. Jesus was selfless. He was willing to give it all, for what was needed. And that's the idea, is that's who we are. We're the self. We are the being person of who we are, but we're here for others, to serve others, just like he was.
All right. Well, thanks for letting me pick your brain there. That's all I really got for you.
And real
Hey,
fast,
howdy.
there's a super chat from DeFreak. He wanted me to read Pigeon Corinthians 15:26, and get another thing that stay against us guys. Us gotta make. That's the last thing God gonna wipe out. Then from that time, nobody gonna make. Thank you, DeFreak. That's a beautiful verse.
Excellent. Glory. So, howdy. I was wondering the mystery and the you said some other adjective, of God. Is I don't understand that argumentation that you were formulating there. Like, why is God being a mystery a L? You're muted if you didn't know.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a cost to your theory and
DeFreak, can you
philosophy.
push yourself to mute when you're not talking, please? You still have crazy background noise. Thank you.
Yeah, in philosophy, it's a pretty huge cost to your theory if your theory is mysterious. We're looking for clarity, generally.
Gotcha.
And the
But I
other
mean,
adjective,
it says in the Bible, like he's mysterious. He does strange things. All that. So it's like, I didn't see how that was a L. but now I understand.
Not towards the Christian God particularly, but certainly if I'm making an argument against God, then derivatively that would be an argument against the Christian God in particular. And the other adjective was sui generis, which means he's a fundamentally different kind of thing. And you and Jack both agreed when I asked if God is unlike anything in creation, which you both affirmed. And so it's just another cost to the theory.
Well, if here's kind of the paradox: is God is unlike anything, yet everything contains the essence of God.
Are you like leaning towards like pantheism, sort of?
Possibly. I think that, but it's not just pantheism. If my understanding of that is every physical thing, and maybe, well, yeah, it's beyond just the things. God is that which is, which includes everything that we can ever discover.
Yeah, I mean, earlier you had said something like, well, it's, at least, I mean, maybe you even said it's plausible that this is all a dream in the mind of God, in which case we are the thoughts of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or an expression or something. Like you throw in whatever word you prefer for that.
Correct. That's what I'm pointing at. And then we have the ability with our own power of thought, we can take over the mind and we can push God out. But the mind we have is God's will for us. But
Jack, I heard what you were saying earlier. Thank you for the kind words. But I have an inductive argument against that point of view,
please.
which is there are a lot of people who are sort of consciousness first, or maybe our brain simulates reality or things like that. And like my problem with that is twofold. First, it means the brain has a great graphics card. Like it's doing an awesome job. It hardly ever gums up where things that are real are concerned, right? And the audio is awesome most of the time. And there's really not a lot of glitches. There are some, right? You get deja vu or whatever, but it's really high quality processing. And then yet our thoughts are often pretty muddled or unclear or not very easy to get out in the way that we want them to. And so if we have all that processing power to do the audio and video that well, but the actual like LLM part of our brains is that weak, it just strikes me as a little bit incongruous. But at a deeper level, people have been investigating the nature of reality for let's be really generous and say 4,000 years. And when we have done those investigations, what we found is that every single time we do an investigation, the reality of the thing is weirder and more amazing than we would have ever suspected, which means that not only is consciousness then somehow like doing all these magical audio and video things, but it's also creating this diffusely ornate character to reality that we didn't even know for thousands of years, but now we're figuring that out now, and it's always been that way.
Yes. It's always been that way. And as time continues, our language and understanding have evolved over time. The time of Jesus, he couldn't really go around talking about subconscious or ego. The common people wouldn't have a clue what he was talking about. So the language of the time was used. But we've moved beyond, and now we have a greater vocabulary. The common man has a greater awareness of the bigger world. Far more, we know the average person today knows far more about the greater world than was able 2,000 years ago.
I mean, I'll accept that in that he wouldn't have been able to use those exact terms, But I mean, Freud got the idea from Plato, and Jesus was living in a time when Plato had existed. What would have kept Jesus from just teaching that instead of teaching about how to keep your lamp from burning out overnight?
That's a great question, because honestly, I found a lot of, if I remember right, I thought I found a lot of similarities between what Plato said, many of the other philosophers, and what Jesus taught. So why did he do it the way that he did? It's part of a perfect story that was foretold and written and misinterpreted time and time and time again. I mean, that's even the story of Jesus. He walks into the synagogue. He says, hey, you know these words you're teaching? How about you apply this meaning to what it means? And I think there's a lot of Christian churches I could probably walk into and have some different conversations, but that's my ego.
Mr. Pie in the back, can you wave at the camera, please? And could you please stand up just so that I'm sure you're wearing pants?
The safety precautions
They
of the life.
they disconnected.
Yeah, this is
Jack, we've had some trouble.
I can understand. There's a Mr. Pie that I do know, so I don't know if that was him or not. But
Okay, if that's the guy you know, I can bring him up. I just have to be careful.
I understand that. Yeah. I do know Mr. Pie, but I don't know. So regarding the mystery of God, I mean, that truly is for me. Once I started allowing life and God to be more of a mystery, I really started finding more answers. That's how it worked for me.
Hey, Kurt.
Yeah.
So, I'm always in the chat mocking you a lot, when you're doing your thing, and so I just have to ask you, like, it seems like every little nook and cranny or little thing that you can actually like, come up with an argument against, and a lot of it is like I call it hypothetical speculation. How do you form all these like theories and all these arguments? Like, are you making them up, or are you reading them from somewhere else, or like both? Or
I'm not sure what you're talking about in terms of like little ideas or little theories. I'll just give you the honest truth. Like, my life would have been so much easier if I could have believed in Christianity. Like, it would have made many things about my life a lot simpler and have gone a lot more smoothly. So I keep trying to find a way that I could be someone like Jack and say the kinds of things he says and actually mean them. But I've just never been able to find a way because my brain keeps going, no, that doesn't work because of this, or that doesn't work because of this, and that doesn't work because of this. So I look it up and I try to figure it out. And so whenever there's any concern about something that I think might be a hook for me to hang it on, because honestly, like the story of somebody who doesn't believe and then goes back to believing, Christians love that story. That's one of their favorite stories. But I just can't find it in me to do it. So when someone says something on an apologetics thing, or somebody makes an argument about this or that about life, I look it up and see what's going on, and I get an opinion about it.
When you're describing that, Kurt, I can't remember specifics, but I know I came across things that I found they contradicted where I'm at today. But part of that, I had to ask myself, how important is this contradiction? And I ended up leaning towards the what if. What if it's real? What if there is this God? And what if the words are true? I haven't experienced or witnessed, not like the Bible, miracles like that, but I've had my own experiences and heard enough testimonies to know that miracles happen all the time.
Yeah, my take on it, of course, is that in my like day job, I'm exposed to people in really tough spots a lot, and it's very important that when I say something, I both can back it up and that they can act on it, and it will not hurt them. So I don't really have the ability to have maybe as much semantic range in my mind as maybe other people might.
I can respect that, particularly if your profession or your path requires you to be accurate and, solid with what you say. You'd be real reluctant to, I can imagine being reluctant to, not be that way with myself, especially with something like this. But truly, it's beyond the doubts. We can stay in doubt. Or, well, you found conclusions. Um, so maybe you have removed your doubts.
I mean, I have to admit, like, I don't know if Howdy would agree with me on this, but I don't spend a lot of time like being perplexed or finding things confusing or difficult to figure out. Like, there's definitely, I think everybody has things they don't know. Very few people know the rock layers that are below their own house, or how well designed they are, or how structurally safe that is. Very few people know the total insect population of their home or things like that. There's all kinds of things that people don't know that they're very comfortable not knowing. And for me, the things that I really want to know, I kind of feel like I have a handle on those. But there's definitely unknowns for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously too much information in the world. So usually I'm not confused, like even on new things. Like I'll dabble in all sorts of things. The only thing where um, there's sort of this epistemic limitation for me is philosophy. Obviously, like there's things that I don't know about programming, and I can learn. I mean, I can learn things in philosophy and the arguments, but a lot of the arguments are indecisive, and there are questions that I would like the answer to that I don't have the answer to, that I don't think I could get the answer to, but I enjoy thinking about. I don't know if that answers the question or makes any sense, though.
I
Like what
think
questions?
Um, Almost any of the open questions in philosophy, I'm generally agnostic towards. Like I'm agnostic towards the existence of God. I'd like to know if there like there's a truth. I mean, at least to me, because I take it that the laws of logic are inextricable. So there's a fact of the matter whether or not God exists. Um, that would be spectacular if I knew the answer to that question, or questions of the like the structure of time, if it's like differentiable, or there's like these finite chunks, or the infinitude of the past or the infinitude of the future, or I should say the unboundedness of either. Um, if the future and the past really exist in like a four-dimensional manifold, or if only the present exists as like a presentist. A lot of questions that we probably are going to not be able to find the answer to in principle, but nevertheless, I have an interest in.
those questions are fascinating. I've spent a lot of time considering time in itself, and then in relation to me, how does time affect me? And that's where I came to the conclusion that I'm pretty much just an idea. Because the past I experienced, whether it was as a child or this morning, it's just memories. Beyond this moment is just anticipated imaginations. And so even this millisecond of the moment of right now, it's just me perceiving electrical signals and chemical reactions. I'm observing and feeling the moment. So I'm just a perception. And if all I am is a memory, a perception, and an imagination, why am I here?
So I think there are some pretty profound musings about the nature of time in both Pink Floyd's song by that name and also the Alan Parsons Project's song by that name. But I think they both come to basically the same conclusion Jack makes there, that you live a microsecond in the past and that your construction of reality is always mediated before you actually get a chance to act on it. And so whether there's genuine like synchronous stuff or not, it's really very confusing beyond the like local middle level. Like micro time and macro time are really confusing.
Well, he had
mind-
mentioned also idealism. I'm undecided on that because currently I lean towards property dualism, but I would love to know if my subjective experience and mental states are in fact reducible to the powers and the locations and the velocities of elementary particles in my brain, or if there's like some something else to it. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. It was just a thought.
No, I was done.
The mysteries of life, for me, I didn't really notice the mysteries of life for most of my life, but truly, time and consciousness, those two factors they're mysteries. We don't understand consciousness. In time, we just observe the change.
So I would say that we know more about consciousness than maybe you're fully up to date on.
Potentially,
But
fair enough. Yeah,
that's also because I'm currently writing a book about it. And
beautiful.
but you know, there are definitely substructures to consciousness, right? So we can accept that drowsiness is a type of consciousness, and therefore consciousness is not like an on-off switch. And so that allows us to say, okay, well, then what are these key characteristics? What's being lost in drowsiness when someone is under the influence of the drug? Like, what are the changes to their consciousness?
Kurt, you sound like you're underwater.
Yeah, something just happened with your audio. I missed the last little bit. Whoops.
Is this better?
Yes.
Way better.
Much.
Sorry, I reconnected. So the question is like, when you get drowsy, like what are the things that are happening to your consciousness when you take a drug that suppresses your default mode network? Then why do the experiences that you get unmediated without a verbal interpretation seem so much more powerful, both sensorially and emotionally? Like all of these things are really interesting facts about consciousness. But I think the key problem is that we approach consciousness as uniquely human. And I don't think there's any evidence to support that. I think that, brains are brains. And if, let's say that an antelope out there has lungs that do the same thing our lungs do, and has kidneys that do the same thing our kidneys do, and a liver that does the same thing our liver does, then probably its brain does most of the same things our brain does. Now they don't have lips and tongues and a larynx that can make speech, so that's definitely a difference. They don't have fingers and hands, so that's totally a difference. But they're gonna make a plan when they see a predator. They're gonna make a plan when they see a willing mate. You know, they're gonna do the same things our brain does.
I agree. And Kurt, seriously, I've loved these conversations. The depths and the consciousness. I don't fully understand them, but I understand there are theories that of the universe being conscious, and if so, that's in line with my explanation that we're within the mind of God, because there is consciousness. Everything we've learned throughout history, it's only been through the human minds.
Yeah, but it's also only been through language. And are you saying that language is primary and it's something that like exists separate from consciousness?
Ooh,
What
that's a
he's
great question.
what he was actually saying though was that he thinks that there's scientific theories or scientific models. Don't let me represent you wrong, but something like that, that the universe is a conscious agent. Is what that was his statement, from my understanding.
But is that different from the Gaia hypothesis, or is that basically a version of the same thing?
I don't know the Gaia hypothesis well,
The
but
Gaia, okay, well, let me try to explain it in a way that'll make sense to you. Like right now, you think of yourself as Jack, and you're a person, and you have to go eat food, and you have to go to the bathroom, but all of your life exists inside a layer of oxygen in the air, right?
yeah.
And then you see a bird and it's flying outside, and you see a rabbit or a squirrel, and they're walking around outside. And at one level of analysis, those are different beings too, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you could also use a level of analysis that says that all of those are just little things inside the field of oxygen, and that the oxygen is what is causing those little things to be able to happen. And of course, if you do the thought experiment where you remove that layer of oxygen suddenly through some sort of magical thing, and then the oxygen is all of a sudden gone, then all of that will stop within 5 minutes. And so at that level of analysis, you can say, well, then the oxygen is the thing that's doing everything. And is it wrong, right? And so some people will say by doing that kind of thought experiment, it's actually the earth itself that is the level of consciousness. And I suppose you could just expand that out to the solar system and the galaxy and the universe. But the question then is, what does that add to the conversation?
And there's a super chat comment real fast from SDH. Hail Zeus, God of the sky and father of all humans. Thank you so much for the super chat.
The theory, the Gaia theory, or the expanding the universal consciousness, it's in this moment, if you consider the idea of possibilities of multiple dimensions, multiple world theories, whatever, we're on this one consistent timeline. I call it the Jesus timeline. And all through the universe, it's all just one now. And so we are a part of this universal now, including here on Earth with all the animals and everything else. So I think that is in line with where my mind is at.
But so what level, when you make that level of analysis, what does it allow you to do that a different level of analysis doesn't, right? So like I could look at the pixels on my screen and individually and try to make sense of them. And if I'm just looking at the numbers on a page, I probably won't be able to make any sense of it, because at that level of analysis, they look like nonsense. But once the pixels are turned into colors and shapes, then I can see them on the screen. They totally make sense, and I know exactly what's going on with them. So the new level of analysis gives me new information. So that's what I'm wondering about this level of analysis of consciousness.
It's more in line with the view of God. I mean, if I was going to try and describe it, because that's the path to heaven, is we rise above the things of the world and we accept things for as they are. And so if you can in your own mind see yourself as one universal part of this mechanism that time is, that we are, then there's no separation from me or any of the other beings or forms that I might encounter. And so then the result of that that thought process is I want to do good to all. If it's all me, well, I want to be good with everything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. It's just so that gets back to my closing statement, right? So how do you make sure that the idea that God is real and gives revelations to people doesn't end up in another, massive loss of life?
It's truly the application and the execution, because that which is not loving is not with God. And yet there is nothing that is away from God. So it is a paradox, I guess. I'm listening to myself and hearing my double speak. So the idea is, if everything is God, that means that includes me. And so if I'm part of the one God, well, I want to shine my divinity.
Yeah, but that's got problems too. And there's actually, again, historical concern about that idea, right? So in Buddhism, right, you understand that the one of the primary Buddhist understandings is that beings don't have independent existence that is a separate self, and that they're all part of a uniform monist understanding, and that enlightenment is getting to see that, right? But that led to the development of Zen in Japan, and the code of Bushido that said life and death are the same thing. There's no real difference. And what that meant was that daimyos in the era of Japan, where they had a lot of power, could just tell someone to commit seppuku, and they would just have to do it immediately. And that was because their life was the same as their death. That's also got dangers.
Well, this is where that spiritual battle, that argument would come into play. There's forces that will deceive, and the forces that deceive, they take that which is created, they take the good, and they manipulate it to use it for evil.
Yeah. So if there's always a synagogue of Satan, then all we have to really decide that is our reason and our experience. And to me, that's why you just give privacy to that and let people have their own personal ideas about what they've experienced, but don't ever see those as controlling from one person to the next.
What is that?
It's a video game, I believe you're talking about.
No, what is the synagogue of Satan?
It's a thing that the author of the book of Revelation is arguing against when he's writing the letters in the first, I think, 3 or 4 chapters of the book of Revelation, which is just to say that there was one faction in early Christianity that thought the other faction was literally of the devil. And we don't have any way to know exactly which faction that was and whether they won or not.
Yeah, I was just asking what it was.
Yeah.
You didn't say what it was.
They're the baddies.
From the point of view of the author of Revelation, they're the group of Christians that are evil.
I knew it was referenced from the Bible.
When did Christians have synagogues?
During the time of Revelation.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it means. I think what it means is the Jews, right?
No, there's Christians going to synagogues by the 5th century. There's a whole church father who's really upset about all these Christians who keep going to the synagogue. So there's no sharp line in the 1st and 2nd century between attendance at Jewish services and being a Christian. Most of the big dialogues in the 2nd century are between people who you assume know each other socially, and it's usually one person's Jewish and one person's Christian.
I don't know. When I hear people talk about that these days, what I hear them saying is that it's the Jews. Is that what you hear?
That's what I'd understood it to be in the past.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what Jack thinks. Kurt disagrees. He doesn't think it's.
So the book of Revelation is all about how people are no longer keeping the Jewish law and how they've abandoned the truth. So you really think that that description is of Jewish people who keep the law and are following the Torah?
Christians don't keep the Jewish law.
Right.
Yeah, why would they?
So they would be the ones who would be not doing what the book of Revelation wants them to do, which is keep
I can't hear you.
Something happened. Are you back, Kurt?
Right. So yeah, he fled.
No, I'm sure he's resetting. He had a connection issue earlier.
Yeah. So you think it's talking about the Jews, right, Jack?
Well, considering that the Jews had the commandments from Moses, they still turned to Baal worship, and I mean, it's recorded in the records. You know, the chosen people were not that pure, and the laws and stuff got twisted. So Brenda, my interpretation is that the words were directed at the misguided. Maybe
Jews.
not just Jews. Maybe
Jews.
not just Jews. Maybe it was a foretelling of the churches as well. To be honest, I got to relook it up again, I think.
I don't know. When did the Hebrews worship Baal? That wasn't at the time of Jesus.
No, earlier.
That wasn't. Yeah, it was hundreds of years earlier. That wasn't at the time of the writing of the Book of Revelations. That was centuries after Jesus lived.
Well, my point is that the traditions got misguided. My personal theory is that some of the stories were created for the purposes of controlling the tribe. You get the tribe to think like-minded, and then, you know, it's easier for everyone to get along. But somewhere along the line, the commandments of love one another and the 10 commandments, it continued on with this animal sacrifice. And I've seen theories presented that part of what Jesus was so impassioned about at the temple was the fact that the temple was being used for the slaughter of tons and tons of animals.
No, that's not what he was objecting to. He was objecting to money lenders being in there.
And more. The money changers and more.
Yeah.
He had lots of righteous rage.
Right, against the money lenders. He didn't have any problem with sacrificing animals because that was Jewish tradition for hundreds and hundreds of years. That was the whole point of the temple, is that you sacrifice animals to take up your sins, right? And so Jesus in Christianity is the ultimate sacrifice, so that you don't have to do that anymore, right?
And Brenda,
right? Isn't that right?
Brenda, you may have misheard or missed what I said, that there are theories presenting this. This isn't just Jack's idea. There's plenty of substance that supports this idea. So you can dismiss
what
it.
Idea?
I don't care.
What could you repeat it, please? What
the idea that Jesus in the temple, he wasn't just upset at the commercialized money changers. He was also upset at the sacrifice and the selling of the animals.
Why would he be upset with that?
Tell you what, there's a documentary.
Christ. Just tell me. Christ. Just tell me.
Hey, Brenda, you can look for yourself if you're interested.
Yeah.
Because I don't have all the details, and my
So you're
experience.
just going to refer me to like what, a 5-hour YouTube video?
Nope.
Well, then what? To what? What's your source? What's your source, Jack?
Don't worry about it, Brenda.
Oh, so we're just going to hand wave this away.
Well, tell you what, I tried offering you the source. You wanted to keep interrupting and dismiss what I want to offer, so get bent.
I don't think you have anything. I think all you have is a spurious YouTube video, right? And I'm not going to accept the YouTube video.
Then don't. You're the one who imagined a YouTube video, dude.
Why would I accept a YouTube video? Do you have scholarly opinion that supports your position that Jesus was upset about animal sacrifices and not so much about money changers? Because it's pretty clear in the original text, he overturns the money changer tables. He's upset with them. It doesn't say anything about the animal sacrifices.
Okay. So in your education and your memory, you might be correct. So in the private chat, I dropped a link, Christspiracy, made by I can't remember. Oh, Kip Anderson, Cameron Waters. I've listened to a lot of lectures with Cameron Waters as well in his support of the film that he produced. Seems to make a lot of sense. The guy's really done some research. So I encourage you, check it out for yourself.
Oh, okay. I see. He's a musician.
At one point, I
former
think
gospel songwriter and musician for Sony, Interscope Records, turned filmmaker.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just not going to buy that shit.
Yeah, don't right? Then.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't look where the answer is offered. You said you wanted the answer. I'm saying it's there for you, but don't look. Brenda, you can keep thinking you know it all. I don't care.
I don't think I know it all. I think I know enough not to take a YouTube video by a musician instead of biblical scholarship, right? Yeah, I think I have discernment. I have discernment, Jack.
Without even looking. Without even looking, yes, you've got discernment.
That's how discernment
God bless you. You imagine what you're going to find, then you find an excuse for why you won't look. Yeah. That's laziness, dude.
No, that's called discernment.
That's called laziness. The surest path to ignorance is condemnation prior to investigation. That's exactly what you're doing.
No, I have an open mind. Right?
Sorry,
I do.
I don't mean to be rude.
No, Jack, I do. I have an open mind, Jack. I just don't put any old garbage into it. Right? So theology from some has-been musician is garbage.
As I said, condemnation prior to investigation is the surest path to ignorance. Well, you choose your path. God bless you, my friend.
You have to be you have to be selective and curate and select things that are worth your time.
Okay.
And the opinions of a musician is not worth my time.
Right.
Videos on
YouTube. You know what they're going to say, huh?
No, it's about being selective, right?
There's no scholars.
There are scholars on YouTube. There are scholars on YouTube.
Yeah. None of those were former musicians, or you dismiss any that were?
They would have, credentials.
So did you look into credentials, or you just did a quick little search and chose to dismiss what I offer?
I choose to dismiss what you offer because it's not a reputable source.
So you claim, but you've done no investigation, have you?
I don't have to.
Right. You don't have to.
That's right.
You're a fool, dude.
Because no, it's not.
Real
It's
fast,
foolish.
SDH submitted a super chat. Thank you for the super chat. They're asking Brenda, who else did he mention is in the video?
I haven't seen the video. I've seen I did a quick Google search and it says Cameron Waters is known for Christspiracy 2024, Seaspiracy 2021, and what the F is
Hey, Brenda,
cancer, and why does everybody have it? 2014.
I have a quick question for you, Brenda. What are your credentials?
That's fair.
I
if
don't
we're
have.
If we're gonna bring credentials into it, I would like to know yours
Thank you.
so I can take your opinion seriously.
Thank you.
My credentials are, I have studied, I have an above average intelligence and education, enough to be
What does that
discerning.
mean?
It means that I don't select.
Did you graduate high school?
I don't select just anything.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes.
Did you graduate college?
No.
Did you attend any college courses?
Yes.
Okay, how much college did you attend?
Well, I've been auditing classes at the University of Minnesota.
So no official course credits yet then.
I've been auditing courses at the U of M.
No official course credits then yet.
Right. So I've been auditing courses at the U of M.
I just want to make sure that I get your credentials right. You have no official course credits yet.
Just a minute. I've been auditing courses at the U of M in Introduction to Philosophy, Introduction to Religion, World Religions, Critical Thinking, Political Theory, and Logic.
Yeah, and how many of those have translated into course hours?
How
many credits do you have?
Probably more than 30.
Yeah,
because I can think of about six or seven. I can think of 6 or 7. I can think of 6 or 7.
Like if you went to the school and asked them for a transcript, they'd give you one that says you have these credit hours.
I can think of 6 or 7 4-credit courses that I've taken. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have your credentials right. So you're about a sophomore in like a BS of philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, that would be fair. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if that entitles you to an opinion. I'm not an expert, but I just want to make sure everyone got to hear your credentials.
Yeah, it entitles me to be selective and discerning in what I accept, and one of the things I don't accept is theological positions put forward by has-been musicians on YouTube.
Well, I'm not generally in the habit of listening to sophomores in college about their opinions on philosophy either. They generally don't know a whole lot.
You probably should.
Maybe you should listen to some musicians.
Did you hear what I said, though? Most sophomores in either philosophy of religion, or just general studies are going to understand, right, that a musician's documentary on YouTube is not worth their time.
Well, I think a lot of them think they know a lot of stuff, and really they know like some surface level stuff and should listen to people who know more than them still.
I do that. That's not musicians who have videos on YouTube. That's not who I listen to.
You are fascinating.
So Brenda, I just want to run through like Revelation 3:9 with you, because it's definitely a letter to the church in Philadelphia, and church is ecclesia, which means assembly, right? So are you saying that an assembly and a synagogue had distinct identities in the 90s CE?
I would think that I don't know, but I would think that the I don't know for sure, but synagogue has particularly Jewish implications, doesn't it?
So are you saying that the author of John, when he's writing a letter to the church in Philadelphia, would see it as not good if these people were Jewish, right? He's seeing them as a separate Christian identity, and that these people are not Jews.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that to me.
Well, you're saying that the synagogue of Satan is the Jews, right?
No. I've been consistent.
I thought you said earlier the synagogue of Satan was the Jews, and I'm just trying to make sure
I
I'm
didn't
not
say that.
misrepresenting you in my mind.
Yeah, you are misrepresenting me. I didn't say that. I said it sounds like what you mean is the Jews, and Jack agreed with me.
Okay, so let's look at what the text says. It says, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but are lying. I will make them come and bow down before your feet, and they will learn that I have loved you. So, in other words, he's saying that these are actually people who are going to bow down before these actual Christians. And my strong belief is that this group that he's talking about, who are not following the law, are the Paulines, right? And do you know that the Apostle Paul describes him as a Hebrew, himself as a Hebrew of Hebrews and a Pharisee?
Yes, I'm aware that Paul had a Jewish background. Yes.
So would you say Paul is not a Christian?
He converted, didn't he?
So would you say he's not a Christian? Because he's writing about Christ in the book where he says he's a Hebrew of Hebrews and a Pharisee.
Yeah, but he converted to Christianity, didn't he?
So where does he say that? Where does he say that
Paul?
in his
Paul
genuine epistles? Yeah, where does Paul say,
Paul?
I am a Christian?
Paul of Tarsus, when he saw the risen Christ?
Where does Paul, even in Acts, where does Paul ever say, I am a Christian?
No, didn't he witness the risen Christ? He had a vision. That was when he converted, right?
He says he's a Hebrew of Hebrews and a Pharisee. He says it straight out.
He was.
So where does he say I'm a Christian?
Yeah,
where does he say that?
He persecuted people until he had the revelation on the road to Damascus, right?
It's so simple. If he was a Christian, he could say, I'm a Christian, right?
Why would somebody say that at the end those times?
He says, I'm a Hebrew of Hebrews and a Pharisee. He's capable of identifying himself.
He was. Okay. He persecuted people.
It's possible that somebody who read Paul's epistles and was angry with him and wanted to disparage his group for not keeping the law properly might say these people say they're Jews, but they're not.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
So this is only talking about a particular group of people at that time. And not to
in other words, there was intra-Christian conflict going on in the time that book was written, and one group thought the other were horrible. How do we know the right one won? That's my point.
You mean the ones that thought they were Jews, but in Paul's judgment were not good enough.
Paul didn't write Revelation. Revelation was written by a different
talking
author.
About Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying Paul self-identifies as Jewish, a Hebrew of Hebrews and a Pharisee.
Of course he would.
Right. So he never identifies as a Christian.
Well, he converted, didn't he?
But by whose claim?
What?
Are there Messianic Jews today? Are there people who keep the Jewish law, follow the Jewish Sabbaths, follow the Jewish holidays, and believe that Jesus was the Messiah and accept his sacrifice?
No, there's no such thing as Messianic Jews.
Oh. So those people who say they're not.
That's correct.
Okay.
They're not accepted.
Some very strong opinions.
Yeah, they're not accepted by today's Jews. The Jewish world today, they're not accepted. They're usually seen as being highly delusional people.
There is a Jewish secret that was given to Noah after the waters abated from the flood. Jesus had killed all on earth in the flood because they would not tell the vision he told them to tell.
That's right. You're right. Jesus killed millions of people in the flood, didn't he?
Well, beasts.
Humans. People died in the flood, right? People died. Jesus killed them.
Look, you interrupt because you do not listen.
including babies. And in fact, Jesus
debate your opinions and your pollution. Either
Jesus watched the bubbles come up from their mouths as they drowned in the waters of the flood.
Every time you go onto TV and don't tell the vision. Every time.
What you're talking about. I'm just talking about how Jesus murdered little babies and watched the bubbles rise to the surface as they drowned.
Your pollution. You're half a head in a pit that's not going to move.
Whatever. So I just want to be clear.
So
it was Jesus.
And silence him, or I don't have to. I don't need your TV.
It was Jesus who murdered little babies in the great flood, right?
Jesus to.
Because God and Jesus are one.
Look,
God and Jesus are one and the same, right?
You're going to take cash and be branded like a frog and die with gray scabs on your face, beast.
No, I don't.
Hey, no threats, no threats.
I don't have any scabs on my face. I don't have any scabs. Why would I have scabs on my face? I'm healthy.
Look, you don't listen. You interrupt. You don't hear anything anybody says.
Okay, I apologize for that. Sometimes I do.
I'm not going to accept your apology until you make it real.
Jack, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, thank you, everybody, for the great conversations. Much love and appreciation to the panel. Chat, Jack, I do appreciate the super chat. Thank you for the support. And thank you for being here, man. You're awesome.
Wesley, you interrupted the owner of this channel.
Jesus, would you cause all that gang to tremble, please?
I didn't feel anything. Did anybody feel anything?
My stomach grumbled, but I don't know if it was
Every
Jesus.
time you go on TV and do not tell the vision.
I'm not on TV, dude.
Wesley, we shouldn't really talk about this stuff with you because the last time, or like 2 times ago when you came on, we had everybody in the audience give you an opportunity to have Jesus touch our.
There is not one.
That's where the sun don't shine.
I have come
and
on.
Nobody felt anything.
Not one time.
And you didn't believe us, Wesley. You thought we were lying.
What I
hang on, bro. You thought we were lying.
You do not believe in free speech. You believe in.
I do, but I don't want to reinforce delusions, right? Like you're welcome to hang out and have like a normal conversation about the God topics and stuff, but I'm uncomfortable having you talk about delusional stuff.
You're gonna be very uncomfortable soon.
Soon, huh?
Or not.
Wasn't that the 23rd? Wasn't he supposed to come back on the 23rd? It's past. Are you making a new date?
You saw Jesus and you are dead to it.
No, but are you making a new prediction for the return?
Wait, was that Wesley's date, the 23rd?
No. I said it shall happen according to the weather report during Trump's presidency.
The weather report?
Well, you cannot shut your arrogant, childish, shameless mouth, can you?
What do you mean the weather report? What are you talking about? The weather report? What are you talking about?
You're not going to understand anything. You don't listen.
Of course not. You're saying gibberish. You think the return of Jesus is going to be announced on the weather report?
Have fun with your little toy TV, boys and girls. You're shut.
Toy TV? What TV? What are you talking about TV? I'm not on TV.
All right, take it easy, my brother in atheism.
Fascinating. Truly fascinating.
Were you disappointed that Jesus didn't come back the other day, Frank? Jack, I mean. I don't know why I called you Frank.
Jesus is eternal. He's been here for us to discover.
So he's not coming back?
I found him. He's here with me.
So he's not going to come back with a shout?
I don't know.
That's not going to happen?
I don't know what God's got planned, to be honest, but I do know that he's here. The day of judgment that Wesley and others are talking about, the Christians have, I don't know. My beliefs are a little bit different than many others. But this day
Yeah, you don't believe in the Bible because the Bible clearly says he will come back with a shout.
So you jump to a conclusion based upon your interpretations of a book and me. So
No,
you want
what
to
you
assume
said.
I don't believe in the Bible because of what you think. You're
Well,
fascinating, Brenda. You
well,
jump to
I
all
asked
sorts of
you.
conclusions and then you claim to
No,
have some power of discernment. It's fascinating.
it's a leap. It's not a leap to say when I ask you if Jesus is going to return, and you start perseverating, right? That I go to the conclusion you're avoiding answering the question because you don't want
No,
to, because you
no,
don't accept, okay, because you don't accept what the Bible says, which
nope.
is that Jesus will return.
Hey, Brenda, your arguments are really, I know you enjoy them, but I really don't. So here, what I
What's
was
wrong with
trying to,
it?
you're jumping to conclusions, creating straw man arguments, trying to defeat when you're not even trying to pay attention.
Fine.
It's
No,
fascinating.
I can pay attention. I can understand you,
Well,
right?
you think
I
you
do.
can. No, you think
No, I
you
can.
can. No, your
I can.
ego. I've experienced it, Brenda, I've experienced it and witnessed it time and time again.
Yeah.
You are so quick to judge and determine. Nope, nope.
No,
I'm ruling this out, ruling
I'm
this out,
just,
dismissing that. And then it's
yeah.
like, what's the point of even trying to talk to you?
Well, do you or do you not accept the biblical prophecy that Jesus will return descending from the clouds?
As I said, I don't know what exactly God's got planned. But I do know this day of judgment, the day of our Lord, it's here, it's now. And for those who are Christians, we should be praying that it comes now.
Right. So those are weasel words.
So
You're
you say.
avoiding, yeah, no, that's not so I say, right? You're avoiding answering the question. It's really simple. There are a
I
lot of
answered
people,
the
just
question,
a couple
Brenda.
days.
Brenda,
No,
I
you
answered
didn't.
and
You did
Brenda,
not.
Brenda, I will say it again. I do not know exactly. I do not claim to know exactly what God has planned for us. Can you accept that answer, Brenda, and stop accusing me of failing to answer?
That wasn't the question.
Holy
The
shit.
question was, do you accept the biblical prophecy that Jesus will arrive on earth in a physical body? He will manifest. He will come down from the clouds with a shout, right? And all will witness him. Do you agree with that or not?
Hey, Brenda.
That was the question.
I
And
know.
avoiding it just tells me that you don't want to answer it.
Brenda, please recognize your pattern of denial. I have answered it. I said I
You have,
don't know. I know that those words are unfamiliar to you. You probably never say I don't know. I mean,
I say it all the time. What are you
well,
talking about?
then why are you so argumentative and dismissive with me? I've
Because
answered your damn question, dude.
you did not.
I did not. When I said I don't know the answer to that,
You
when I
didn't
said
say that.
I did say that. I said I
You
don't
said you
know.
don't know what Jesus has planned for us. I
I
asked if you think he's going to come back. Those are two different questions.
holy shit. Let
Yeah,
me see.
Brenda, for real, you
Hold
need to
on.
take a chill pill because he
They're
definitely said
different
it.
questions.
He definitely said it 4 times.
What
Hey,
did he
Brenda, are
say?
you a believer?
I don't see why it matters, but I'm an
No,
atheist.
clearly.
You're atheist? All right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a difference between Sally went to the store and she's going to come back sometime soon, or Sally went to the store and she has something planned for us? Are those two
And
different questions?
correct me if I'm wrong here, Jack, but in this analogy, he said, I don't know if Sally is going to come back.
I don't know how Sally is going to come back. And the question I heard from Brenda was very specific about Jesus returning from the clouds as he went away. I don't claim to know exactly how God's going to do what God's going to do. Is that acceptable, Brenda?
So you don't agree with the Bible, which clearly says
I
he
didn't
will
say that.
descend from he will descend from the heavens.
Tell you what, Brenda, why don't you explain to me what that means, descend from the heavens? Make
It
sure
means
that it's in line with God's interpretation.
Well, I don't know God's interpretation.
Right. Find some humility, dude.
I just said I don't know what God's. I can only interpret things by my reason.
As can I. So quit twisting my answers into your false narratives.
But I just go by the plain meaning of the words. It says he's going to descend from the heavens.
And
with
what
a
is
shout.
your plain meanings of those words?
That he's going to be up in the air, and that he's going to come down physically. It's going to be a physical. It's a physical body that is going to return. It's not your spiritual presence, right?
Okay.
And that's in many of the early creeds of Christianity. Do you reject those creeds? The Nicene Creed and others? Do you reject the Nicene Creed?
I don't know the Nicene Creed according to your standards. So how about this? You're presenting the case that the Bible, a book of mysticism and spirituality, is limited to only physical form. So therefore, the only interpretation of the return to Jesus is he's going to float down out of the air. Is that right?
So you don't sound like a Christian at all to me. You said the Bible is a book of mysticism. Is that what Christians believe?
Hey, Brenda, why don't we come back to that? And can you please address what
is mysticism?
You're
not a Christian,
Brenda?
You're not a Christian.
Okay, believe what you want. You're an idiot. How about that?
I'm an idiot because you just said the Bible is a book of mysticism, and what was the other one? Spirituality. Yeah, that's not Christianity.
Okay, you win.
Christians don't believe that.
Okay, you win.
Christians believe that the Bible is the Word of God, the living Word of God. Okay. It's not a mystical book.
Hey, you know it all, Brenda.
What?
You clearly know it all. I know nothing.
What are you talking about?
Thank you for teaching me. I'm completely wrong about everything I've lived.
Well, is the Bible a book of mysticism, or is it the living Word of God? Which one is it?
Tell you what, go ask someone else, please. I'm done with you.
Yeah, you can't handle it.
No, you waste my time.
That's right.
Your
what do you mean waste your time?
And arrogance are foolish. It's a waste of time.
I arrogant? I'm just asking you. You said the Bible is a book of mysticism.
Jack is asking you to back off some. I would respect him because he's giving us his time, and there are other people that may have questions for him. I know he was talking with Donnie when you jumped in.
And there's
it's
plenty
kind
of
weird though. Like if you're an atheist, that you're holding someone else to the Bible standard. Like, I mean, I don't.
It's called an internal critique.
But you're ignoring information, Brenda. You're critiquing based off your selective, right? You want to pick and choose what you consider. And so then you're using this prideful inner discernment. I've done this. And Brenda, I tried communicating with you, and you interrupted, and you kept deflecting the conversations back into your argument. That's an egoic game that accomplishes nothing. So please, we can have conversations, but really, let me back off because there's a bunch of other people here too.
I deflected it back to the topic you tried to avoid, which is your claim that the Bible is a mystical book.
Brenda, if you question it, rather than dismissing me again and arguing against me specifically, when I was trying to discuss what was the topic, you wanted to bastardize my choice of words and jump on the fact that I said that the Bible has mystic knowledge in it. Okay, so you
totally
said it was a book of mysticism. Right, so what? You totally took us off of what we were talking about to nitpick this.
Yeah,
and you know what?
because that's not
I
how
know.
Christians think of the Bible.
Right.
It's
And there
the
you go
living word of
again.
God.
There you go again, continuing the disagreement.
Well, so then
God
solve
bless you,
that
my
problem
friend.
solve that problem for me, or just
No,
run away.
your
Solve the
mind,
problem.
you will not allow it, Brenda. I can do nothing for you. I've offered what I have.
What did you offer? You offered nothing.
Brenda, come on. You requested
Hey,
to
Brenda.
talk with you already.
Are you saying that you're more Christian than God?
No. Why would you think that?
I'm just saying because, like, you know, you're really like pounding the word of God, you know, and like he should, you know.
I like people to be consistent in their beliefs and not speak with a forked tongue.
Well, okay. What did he say that was like harmful in any way? Because, like, you know,
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm
Brenda,
Christian, but you know, because
no,
it also
yeah,
says
do you
that
think-
he's going to
hold on,
come
Brenda,
back.
I wanna-
It's going to be like a
Jeffrey-
flash of lightning from
Jeffrey,
the
please
east to the west, which is kind of a spiritual presence. And then, you know, after that, then he would probably descend down on the cloud, right?
Do you think that the Bible is not the Word of God, but a book of mysticism?
No, I believe it's the word of God.
Hold on, Brenda.
Jack
Brenda,
disagrees with you.
What
let me-
is
I never
your
heard Jack say that it's a book of mysticism.
Please.
He
real quick.
literally said that.
Here.
I'm literally quoting him.
Brenda,
great?
Brenda, let me do an internal critique of your position real quick. If we're doing internal critiques, you're an atheist, right?
Yeah.
I find that absurd as an agnostic. How can you have knowledge that there is no God in an external plane from our reality?
Because there's no warrant in believing in that God.
Okay, but how do you know it's not true? How can you claim?
That's what knowledge is.
Mm.
That's what knowledge is. Knowledge
So
is
you're
a
using
warranted belief.
So using
Knowledge?
justified, you're using justified true belief as your baseline.
I'm
then.
using warranted. Warranted belief is what I'm using.
Warranted. That's a word I'm not used to. Most people would put it as
I know,
justified true
I know.
belief for the knowledge claim that you're making.
Yes,
so
but there's
would you
problems with that. With
okay, would you like
cases.
to? Well, you got to let me talk here, Brenda. Would you like to elaborate what you mean by warranted? Because I'm not familiar with that terminology.
There's some system of justification that allows you to say some proposition is either true or false, right? And the failure of theists to provide any kind of evidence for the deities that they believe in gives me warrant in rejecting their claims, because things are innocent of existing until they can be shown to be otherwise.
Okay, but you're trying to switch it back to an internal critique of Christianity. I'm asking you. You've made the positive claim as
an internal critique.
It kind of was. So let's flip it.
Really
let's flip it back to you, because the question is not about Christianity. It's about you and your belief system, atheism.
Yeah.
And so, how can you justify that or warrant it?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Were
you not paying attention?
You tried to create a whataboutism with Christianity.
No, I didn't say that.
That's not what we're going to do, Brenda. What we're going to do is talk about atheism. So how do you justify your belief that there is no God?
Because things are innocent of existing unless and until, right, we can provide some kind of evidence for them to exist. So I don't believe in the fairies in Fairy Hollow because there's no evidence that there are any fairies in Fairy Hollow, right? So I have a warrant in saying they don't exist. I don't have to say I'm agnostic. I don't have to say I'm agnostic about the fairies in Fairy Hollow. I can say positively they don't exist because there is no warrant to believe that they do exist.
Well, so I find it interesting, though, that you're using Christianity as the baseline here. What about other God concepts? Are you entirely atheistic to all concepts of a God?
If you say like
no eternal
instance,
watchmaker ability,
money is my God, then or you could say like my stomach is my God because I obey my stomach when it gets hungry. I suppose I would believe in that, but I don't think that that's what you mean by God.
Well, God is
Do
a
you?
brute fact is often a claim, so that's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. You're
Oh,
mentioning it in a
show
way
it to
that
me then.
well, so again, what I'm saying is that I can point to anything with the word God and say that's God to me, and I'm not incorrect
Oh,
based
okay.
off of your worldview. That's a justified belief. It's warranted to say
It's
I believe
not what.
it's true, so it is a God.
Yeah. I just don't think that's what people mean by God when they say this rock is God. You can say that, but that's not what people mean. Is it? Do you think the rock is God?
Would I
If
be
you're ready to
wrong?
take his
Would I be
steps,
wrong in defining it as God and then calling it God?
Yeah, you can carve a wooden idol and worship it, and it's your God, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Those
Same page
gods
here.
exist. Those kinds of gods exist. People
So you're
worship
not
them.
an atheist then?
Oh, absolutely, I am.
Well, then how? But you just said that gods exist, and atheism is the rejection of gods.
Yeah, but I understand that a wooden totem pole is not actually a god. It doesn't have the
No, but it is God.
properties
We've
that
defined
people.
it as God. It's a brute fact now. It's God. You can't be atheistic to this God. So you're not an atheist.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
No, you're not. We've defined it. So do you see how what I'm doing to you is how Jack feels what you're doing to him?
That's nothing like what I was
It's exactly the
doing
same.
with
So maybe we
Jack.
should show some
It's
respect and
not
let people
exactly.
define themselves how they want.
Okay.
Please.
So how do they define themselves? How do you define yourself?
I'm agnostic. I don't make claims about gods unless people specifically define that, and I can say that is or is not something that exists.
Right. So you don't know whether or not any God exists, right?
I make no claims on God concept as a whole. I make a
Well, you
claim
do.
on a specific God.
You do. You claim not to know.
Yeah, I claim not to know specifically about God concepts as a whole. Yeah.
Yeah, but you just talked about a God that does exist, so you do know.
No, I make claims about specific gods, but the God concept
so
as
you
a whole, I
know.
don't make claims about.
So you do know.
No, I know
Right?
specific gods don't exist.
Yeah,
Sure.
so you do know that gods exist.
No, again, there are
You just
specific
talked about
there are
it.
specific
You
God
just
concepts
used
that
that
could
argument.
exist.
Dude, you just used that argument with me. I'm just turning it
There-
back on you. You know
Right,
that some
but
gods
you're
exist.
clearly missing the point.
Some
If you're
people
trying to turn it back on
construct
me, you're missing.
idols. Some people
If you're turning
construct
it back on me,
idols
you're
and
missing the
worship
point.
them as gods.
Maybe
So
you should stop and
therefore,
listen
you are
for a
not
second.
agnostic. You are not agnostic,
Brenda,
are you?
let's stop and listen for a second, because I believe that people have the right to self-define. And I just showed you using sound logic that you're not an atheist to some God concepts. And so calling yourself an atheist, you shouldn't do.
I just showed that you're not an agnostic.
Right. So we should not use any terms to define ourselves then, right? We should just be
Why
people.
not? Why not?
Well, but you're telling Jack he's not a Christian, and I think Jack's a Christian.
Right.
I'm using the criteria.
You're failing and being an asshole to people.
I'm using the criteria that the majority of Christians believe in, which is not that the Bible is a book of mysticism.
Which majority? Are we talking about subservience theory? Are talking Trinity?
Right.
Like there's all kinds of Christianity.
I'm talking about just the average.
The average
Christian
is not a thing.
population.
Average is not a thing.
Averages. What?
The majority in your mind is what you're talking about.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, Brenda, please pause before you just dismiss this. You are referring to what's within your mind. You're making us. No, you're not.
I'm not.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Is it in my mind that the majority of Christian
you have a preconceived notion of what a Christian is?
That's your memory. Your memory is your mind. You've got an opinion and a conclusion you've formed. Because you formed that opinion and that conclusion, you're filtering out all sorts of information. And Donnie, thank you. Brenda, what you were doing was you're trying to say you know me better than me. That's like Donnie.
No, I literally just asked you questions. Is all I did.
You argued. You didn't just ask questions. You were arguing.
Literally did.
Arguing.
Literally what I did.
Arguing.
Yes. That's what the whole point is of being here. What the hell?
You're a
And by the
confused
way,
person. You're a very confused.
by the way, my having a concept behind the words that I use doesn't mean that they don't exist in reality. So averages exist in reality. So I'm talking about the larger Christian community, all 1 billion people. The vast majority of them do not think the Bible is a book of mysticism. They
According
think
to
it is
what?
the Word of God.
According to what, Brenda?
What do you mean, according to what?
Besides you and your imagination, where did you get that fact from?
So you think that's just in my imagination?
Well, I know that
That
I've
would be
met.
a number. That would be a number that we would check with surveys about what Christians believe.
Okay.
Probably in the Pew research, you could probably find what the
But Brenda,
majority of Christians believe in the world, right? And that's going to be the Bible is the Word of God. It's not going to be the
Brenda,
Bible is a book of mysticism and arcane spirituality. They're not going to say that. And
Brenda,
but
if you're
you're not
atheist, why don't you
understanding.
believe that?
You're not understanding how words work, and trying to be a sophist and be equivocate on the meanings of words, right? Isn't my problem. That's a you problem.
And you're not doing that at all?
No.
So would you help clarify me? Because you got offended when I said that maybe offended isn't the accurate word, but you called me out on saying the Bible contains mysticism, but you never explained what's your definition of mysticism.
You didn't say the Bible contains mysticism.
Please correct me then. What is the word that you
said
challenge me on?
You said, quote, the Bible is a book of mysticism and spirituality and spirituality, unquote.
Okay.
That's what you said.
And what is
not,
your
not the weasel words that you're adding onto it now.
Okay. Now
you're
that we've
adding
corrected
weasel
it,
words.
now that we've corrected it, please give me your definitions of my words, since you're convinced my words were wrong. Please edify me. Help me better understand. What does it mean if something is mystical and spiritual to you?
Not factual.
Not factual. So, that's interesting.
But if you don't believe in God, shouldn't you also believe that it's mysticism?
Yeah.
There's a couple super chats. Cutlery Duck, thank you for the super chat. He says, can Jack explain when to take the Bible seriously? When is it literal? When is it not? How does he distinguish? What's the Bible's role in his belief?
I love those questions. For me, I looked for the meaning. I mean, the Bible's filled with stories, and admittedly, there's a lot of what appears to be contradictions. So when you look at the stories, I've been looking at the stories trying to understand what is the lesson. And a lot of times the lesson is in the words. And so the words of love, the words of faith, the words of peace, those are when I take it literal and I take it serious. When it's where it's man's laws and punishing and going to war with each other, I take that as man's interpretation.
So you pick and choose.
I know that man makes mistakes. I know that God's love is perfect.
Right. So when it says that you can breed a mule and make it have stripes by breeding it next to a striped pole, that you would take as not literal, right?
I'm not familiar with that part.
Yeah. You should read your Bible.
Really? Oh, yeah. How about you? How about you open your mind and seek the truth?
My mind is open.
No, it's not. You've shown that over and over.
No.
Your mind is closed.
And then Nobody on Fire said, my beef is ground into the substrate of the taco. Praised be the burrito. What a wonderful choice of a taco. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Well, you got to add some guac to that. You got to add some guacamole to that. Right? So my mind is open, Jack. I just don't put just anything into it.
Yeah, I know. Right? You don't allow anything that disagrees with you.
No, that's not true.
Really?
No, absolutely.
I haven't found that in my experience. I found lots of disagreements coming from you.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you have.
That's not an open mind, is it?
It doesn't have anything to do with having an open mind or not.
How
The
is
fact that
one's
you and I
mind?
disagree,
Mhm.
right? Because it doesn't follow that because I have I curate my beliefs and I
Mhm.
select, even
Mhm.
though I'm willing to change my mind, it doesn't follow that I'm going to agree with you.
No, it follows
It
what
doesn't
you've
follow.
shown. You don't even listen. And that's a sign of a closed mind. You're filled
No,
with disagreements, Brenda. It's
I listened
obvious.
to you. I
No,
listened.
you have not.
I quoted your own words back to you when you failed to quote them back. I listened better to you than you listened to yourself.
You mean
So,
the AI that you have running alongside with the conversation listened better?
No, I'm not.
How could you
You
read them
actually
back if you
shouldn't be
didn't?
disagreeing if you both believe that the book is a myth, whatever. You know.
I have a memory that can remember what people said
So you
more than
remembered it back? Is your memory
15
fallible,
seconds ago.
possibly?
In this
So
case,
you're arguing with him because
no.
because he agrees with you about the book.
In this case,
Because
no.
he
How do you know that? Are you
equivocates.
sure about that?
Because he equivocates. Right?
Do you think he's coming down on a puffy cloud of cotton clouds?
Brenda, I'm not going to lie. We were having a really nice, lovely conversation, actually picking each other's brains, and then you came along all hostile. If you
shouldn't.
chilled out and just asked questions instead, maybe we
Right.
would maybe chill and be cool.
You ought not to have coddled discussions. You ought to have discussions
oh
where
my
you are
goodness,
pressed. Where
Brenda,
listen carefully. You ought to
you-
have discussions where you are challenged and confronted with beliefs that run counter
oh
to yours.
my,
You
Yeah, but you
ought to
can
seek
challenge
those
things
out.
with kindness,
Brenda, that doesn't mean you just have to go and force yourself on someone for 30 minutes. You've
Thank
been
you.
forcing yourself on Jack for about 30 minutes.
Force? There's no force involved in here. I
Brenda,
have no ability
see
to
how-
make
He asked
anything
you
out
to
of you.
stop talking to him
disagree?
about 15 minutes ago.
You
Very
disagree?
clearly. And then I had to clarify even further. He asked you to stop talking about it or stop talking to him, and you
All right.
keep going.
What else would
That's
you
what
like to
Jack
talk about
asked
then?
for, and that's fine. He doesn't.
Great.
You can't force somebody to talk to somebody if they
Great.
don't want to talk to them.
Great. What else?
I
would
mean,
like
you
to
can
talk
force
about?
yourself on them, but that won't make them talk to you. That's just
I kind of take the cue
imposing
from you.
yourself on someone's will, which,
Right.
If you're a secular humanist, would be immoral.
I'm not a secular humanist.
So I want to know if your atheism is based on anything more than what based on anything more than the opposite of what everyone else says.
Absolutely not. What are you talking
So
about?
just whatever they say, it's the opposite, and therefore no God.
No.
That seems to be
Atheism
the pattern.
is a simple propositional belief. God does not exist.
Yeah, when you dismiss all the claims for God, there's no existence of God.
I don't
You
dismiss
won.
them.
You
I
won,
consider
Brenda.
them. I
No,
consider them.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I considered them.
Hey, please forgive me. I was the one who engaged there, and I may
Yeah.
have re-engaged with Brenda.
I consider the belief. I consider
I had some
all the
questions
arguments for God.
Jack. If Brenda, you wouldn't mind being quiet for just a moment, I had a couple of questions that I wanted to ask Jack because I am interested in some discourse with you at this point. So, do you believe that God is like tri-omni in nature? Then omnibenevolent, omnipotent, omnipresent.
I do. I've accepted that.
If it was presented to you that he did not meet those qualifications through a reading of the Bible, would you not be Christian anymore?
No, because this offends a lot of people when I say this, but this is the honest truth. If Jesus did not exist, if it turned out it was proven he was never there, I would still have faith in God.
Well, so that's fine. It would be fine to have like a different God concept that you adhere to afterwards. Like if you reshaped it, I'm okay with that. But if you're like presented with proof that the Bible's version of the omnipotent God isn't possible based off of the Bible's own words, would
Please.
you look into shifting your faith?
I'd have to see. But at this point, like I said, it was following and trusting what Jesus said caused me to change my way of thinking, caused me to step out and do things that I wouldn't have done in the past. And doing that, following the way of Jesus, it brought me to this. I'm convinced. I am so convinced that God is, and God's love is, well, we haven't understood.
Yeah, well, so you've brought up the love thing a couple of times, and that has made me think about the argument from divine hiddenness and people like me and Kurt who really have a desire to commune with God if God exists. So how can an all-loving being that wants to have a personal connection with its creations deny us that if it is all-loving? Like, I genuinely want that if God is real. Why would he deny me that?
That's a great question, and I wish I had a clear answer on that.
I can answer that.
Please.
Do you deny Jesus Christ?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, in other words, why would God deny Jesus Christ just for you?
Again, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
If you can't love Jesus Christ, why would God love you?
Okay, I mean, I feel like I love Jesus because I love all humans and the value that they bring. So if Jesus was a human, then I love him. Yeah.
All right. Do you believe he died for your sins?
That's a harder ask for me because I don't see how it's possible that someone who lived 2,000 years before I was born, with the butterfly effect being a thing, could have ever possibly imagined that I was going to be a thing to have. This is where I bring up the omnipotent, omnibenevolent. Like that's what makes it not make sense to me. How could he be all knowing in that capacity? How does he know he's dying for my sins?
Well,
if you want to say he died for the people alive at the time sins, I might be able to get more behind that.
The thing is, his sacrifice was, he was perfect and sinless, and therefore God can reconcile mankind back to himself because of that. It's a one-time thing. Okay, so like however many years there are after him or whatever, it's a done deal. Like he even shouted on the cross, it is finished. Because now death has no hold on the flesh of mankind to be able to hold him in the spirit realm in darkness, right? But you have to believe in Christ in order for that to be a true reality for you.
This sounds like Yu-Gi-Oh.
How does somebody die for your? How does that work? Why are blood sacrifices necessary for the creator of the universe?
Well, Leviticus 17:11-ish or something. I think it's it says that the
I was really hoping Jack could address the argument from divine hiddenness for me. Like why doesn't God reveal himself to me if I have a genuine desire to meet him? Like if it's imprinted on our hearts, why am I not allowed to in this capacity? That's what makes me think the Christian God can't be true. At a minimum, God in this capacity can't be all loving. Like he would just let us all know him.
Okay, but if you forsake, why would God forsake Jesus Christ just for you?
Well, why is there this forsaking happening? If it's as simple as showing me, it's literally that simple. He just has to show me in a vision that Jesus died on the cross, and that would be enough for me. And that's never happened.
Okay, but that can happen if you put your faith in Jesus Christ, and that's according to God.
But if he made me a rational creature who needs proof of things, how am I supposed to just accept this claim that isn't substantiated in any other way without divine revelation like you guys have both claimed? Why is he withholding that from me?
This answer may not, because we've got to go for what we want. And there's a number of things with Jesus dying for our sins. If you can take this possibility that through time there was the plan that, while mankind has descended and fallen into sin and horrible stuff, there would be one who would come and be the answer for us all. So it was foretold, it was thought of ahead of time, it was foretold of, and then Jesus came. Now he was perfectly innocent. He was perfect with love, showed us how unfair this world is. But uh, through those teachings, if when people follow the way, our world will overcome the sin and the oppression. So I think he was tested. It was like he had a life. He was prepared with the knowledge and the skills he needed to do what he needed to do. Um, and in the bigger picture, it may take a couple of thousand years, but his selfless act of living and dying perfectly, that's going to save the world.
Why?
Well, more specifically, I'm not sure how that addressed the question of how do I mean, you say open my mind about it. I feel like I'm pretty open-minded. I've read the Bible pretty thoroughly. I've gone through all the different evidence that I feel is available to me, and none of it is convincing. And then I hear people like you and DeFreak telling me that I have to have a special revelation to be convinced, and that's insulting.
Oh, your level of convincing is up to you. You get to decide when you're convinced, when you're not. And each of us will face our own doubts. And my answer to why not me, right? Why not you? My answer, karma, past cycles and past life, whatever. And it really is God's grace.
Well,
and real fast, there's a super chat related to prior discussion. It looks like nobody on fire said people were forgiven before Christ. Isaiah, Hezekiah, Elijah, Enoch, and thank you so much for the super chat. Nobody.
Yeah, and so to build off of this isn't even really reference to myself. What about all the starving children in Africa? Why does God take precedence in your euphoria over resolving their prayers? That being part of a divine plan seems the exact opposite of loving to me.
Well, and unfortunately, I think part of the suffering is a lesson for mankind. People get hurt when we don't look out for each other. That's the unwritten message of the sacrifice of Jesus.
But if he's all powerful, he doesn't have to set the divine plan in this way. Like, if he's all powerful, he can set the divine plan in any way. Why did it have to be this way? If he's all love, like, to call him all loving and all powerful is a problem for me in that regard. Like, either he could make it different and chose not to, so he's an asshole, or it couldn't be different, and so he's not all powerful.
Or it's all God playing all parts.
So your suggestion would be, your suggestion would be then that, like, we all have the divine spark within us and are doing this to ourselves.
Yes, in part.
And then you talk about being able to move to this, like, above state and be with God. So I'm already part of God, though. So how do I achieve a higher state than already being with God?
Aligning.
How do I get more with God than I already am with God? I'm sorry, to rephrase.
Oh, that's beautiful. The awareness. Things can be in our lives, but if we don't notice it, is it there? That's what I feel God is. God is God and the Spirit of Christ, the Spirit of life. It's with us all. But if we're not aware of it, we don't see it.
That feels like it's just pleading from mystery there, that like, oh, I can find the mystery in anything, right? Like I could attribute anything to God I wanted to under that worldview. How do I know it's God?
Realistically, I think that can only be answered from within. And it's not necessarily through the mind, but through the senses. Because when you feel, when something feels right, and when something feels off. The feelings aren't always accurate, but between the feelings and thoughts, that's how we learn, and that's what we are.
I thought you said senses.
And there's a couple super chats. Cutlery Duck asked, or I'll read Robin's first because it's a statement, and then we'll read Cutlery. So Robin said, no one should be required to lower their epistemological criteria to access an all-loving God, which seems like a very, very, very fair statement, in my opinion. Sure. And I'm totally not biased. And then Cutlery Duck asks, what's required to be a Christian? And thank you, Robin. Cutlery Duck asks, what's required to be a Christian? Jesus only. Every Christian here has a unique set of copes on the whole thing. Which Christian sect is correct? And thank you for the super chat, Cutlery.
Great questions.
Well, all of them are. People self-select to be Christian. You're a Christian if you identify as a Christian.
Well, I think this one is for the Christians, the Freak, and Jack.
Again, my views on the religion might be a little bit different. For me, to be a true Christian is you follow in the way, as were some of the early followers of the way. Jesus is the way. And many Christians do have different interpretations, but that's what I think is right. The Freak?
I think that as long as you believe in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, that he died for your sins and that he's coming back, then you will be saved and you'll have eternal life. And that's the goal. Really, that's the goal.
So does that mean Jeffrey Dahmer is saved?
Well, I mean, without talking to someone, I can assess their heart and where it was. But in theory, I believe that that it's possible. He'll probably be like the lowest of the low in heaven if he is saved. But he'll just be the.
But you're saying he would have access to eternity with God and eternal happiness.
Yeah, it's possible.
What
he might
about
be the janitor, but yeah, he'll be in the light.
That seems pretty vile to me. I don't think I'd want to be a part of that.
Well, the thing is, it's not about like what we're doing in our morality. That's what we think it actually is. But the thing is, it's about his authority. And if we can't submit to the authority of Jesus Christ, who God has delegated to mankind, then that means that we can't learn anything. And in heaven, we'll just destroy everything again, like we do here. That's all it is. It's his authority. We have to submit to God's authority and just say that we're not God.
Where does Jesus get his authority from?
From the Father.
But they're the same person.
Yeah, it's him.
Huh?
Yeah.
No, they're the same being. They're different persons. Let's be true to what the faith is if we're going to try and critique them about it. It's different persons.
Right. So where does God the Father get his authority then?
He is what he is. He is who he is.
I'm who I am too. So where does the Father get his authority?
It doesn't matter, because the only way that you could know that is if he allowed you to know it, and until then you have to deal with him.
I just want to know where he gets it from.
It doesn't matter, because unless he told you, then you would never know. And until then, you have to deal with him.
No, I'm not asking about how I would know. I'm asking, where does he get his authority from?
He just is. He is who he is.
I am who I am. So I have authority, right?
You have authority over you?
No, I have authority over everything, right?
Over you?
Because I am who I am. I am who I am, right?
Well, turn this water into wine.
Yeah, it's just your limited vision that can't see that it is wine already.
Nice.
Right.
Yes.
So, more seriously, authority is something that is granted to people by somebody who is in a position, or so. For instance, the police have the authority to stop you if you're speeding, and they get that authority from the laws that are passed by, the government.
And where do
That's
those
where
get
they
that
get their
authority?
from the people.
And where do they get their authority?
Huh? No, that's just it comes from the people. That's granted to them by the consent
Yeah,
of
but
the
who gave
government.
them the authority to do that?
It's by means
No, they
of
have
the
to get that authority
consent.
from somewhere.
No, by the consent of the
No, but
government.
by your argument, they have to get that authority from somewhere. Everything is
Yeah, I
granted
told
authority.
you. I
So
told you.
what's granted them that authority?
But from the consent, from consent.
So it's
Right?
it's self-granting, it's self-fulfilling.
No,
And
it's not
Jack,
self-fulfilling. Police
there
don't
is
get their
a
authority from themselves.
Right,
there
but
is a reading recommendation for Jack from one of the audience members. Thank you so much for the super chat cut, Larry Duck. He says, read Shunryu Suzuki, silliness not required.
I made a note. Thank you very much. And
Yeah, but
thanks for your support.
Thank you for the super chat.
You're pointing to a fundamental thing that says this is where authority derives from, the consent of the governed. They're doing the exact
Yes.
same thing, and you're saying they can't do
No,
that.
they're not.
Yes, they are.
I didn't consent to
I mean,
God the Father
they're
having
not
authority.
saying that exact thing, but they're saying that he derives the authority from himself, and so you're saying the authority to govern them is from themselves.
Well, he has authority. God has authority over himself if he existed, but he doesn't have authority over me because I don't consent to it.
Okay, and I think the Christian view of that would agree that he has granted you free will.
That doesn't have
So
anything to
that
do with
there
the
is
consent.
basically the spirit of rebellion, and if you have the spirit of rebellion, it means you're literally incapable of learning one thing, and therefore you're useless to God. And what would happen is your darkness would have to be purged in another eternal cycle, and he's done doing that. So that's the state we're in right now.
Yeah, I don't see how that's darkness or any of those things. I think that I have authority over myself, right? I have the right
By Jack's argument, we're all God, so of course we're himself. He has authority.
No,
over
I'm not
us.
a God. I'm not. I don't have to presuppose I'm a God. I'm just a person.
Look,
but
I'm just
I
saying
have
your argument fails as soon as you self-reference.
So no, it doesn't, because I have
Yes, it
authority
does,
over
because you're saying they can't do that.
So I have authority over myself. God has authority over himself. He doesn't have rights over me without my consent.
Right. So
Yeah,
that's
and I don't disagree
rebellion.
with I don't disagree with that in principle as like a person. So I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is the way you're arguing
you
it
certainly
doesn't
have
work.
been, right? And you've been
The way you're arguing it doesn't work.
Yes, it does. It works just fine. Authority comes from me.
If that was the case, I would be inclined to agree with you.
Well, so then where do you think political authority comes from?
Oh yeah, that definitely derives from the consent of the governed. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm not the one arguing that people can't self-reference authority derived from themselves.
That's not self-reference.
Yes, it is. The consent of the governed are governing themselves. They give their consent to be governed. That is self-referential authority.
No, it's not circular. It's not a circular
if you
argument.
don't see how it is, then there's really no point in talking
it's not
to me at all.
Because the terms are different.
Are you an anarchist?
Right? No, just a bog standard Democrat. Right?
Like an anti-communist Democrat or leftist Democrat?
So what is wrong with my saying that God has no right to put me into hell for eternity?
You're looking at it from your worldview is the problem. Their worldview says that God created it all. And so God derives his authority to do that from himself. In the same way that in your worldview, you say the consent for authority derives from the self.
I would like it if you would stop interrupting me in the middle of my sentences, please.
Oh man, that would be really nice if you would do the same for everyone else.
Yeah, but you've been very rude. So I'm asking, where does
I'm sorry,
God...
hold on. Jack, have I been rude?
Yes, you have been.
Jack, have I been rude? I'm sorry, I didn't know your name was Jack. Brenda, I'll try
not.
to. Jack Talcott, am I rude?
I have not seen it very
Jack
rude.
has mashed potatoes for brains.
DeFreak, am I rude?
It really hasn't been that bad, like at all, like in my opinion.
Been,
so, like, you
in
know,
the last
have I been rude?
In the last 5 minutes, you've been interrupting me mid-sentence.
Yeah, because I'm tired of you just saying shit.
I'm not just saying shit. You're not letting me finish, right? So
just for the past 5 minutes,
can
right?
I finish my question? Right, because I'm
you
trying to
look
get it
back
out,
through
but
your
you keep
AI
interrupting
transcript
me.
and see how many paragraphs you have and how many I have.
Yeah. So, God has no right over me, even though He's the creator of the universe. The fact that He created me grants Him no authority over me. He can rule Himself, but He can keep His damn fingers out to Himself and not consign me to hell for eternity because I don't do one of His dumb commandments. Right?
Yeah,
so
I agree.
You
That's
think that you're
asinine.
going to outsmart God by judging Him, basically, right?
I have every right to judge Him.
I mean, you know, when you when you are making a piece of pottery on one of those, you know, stool things, you know, the spin thing, whatever, don't you have the right to smash whatever you may if it's defective?
I'm not an inanimate object. How dare you?
Yeah, DeFreak, that's not a good look for you.
If I created,
well, I mean, that's how it's explained in the Bible. So, like, you know, it's not really that out of line, right? I mean, you've been referencing the Bible a little bit.
Yeah, but the Bible's not a good look.
Am I an inanimate pot?
No, but the potter has the right to, you know, discard whatever he, you know, deems fit, right? So the fact that God has created you or whatever, he makes them and he takes them. Okay.
Right. The fact
that's authority. That's power.
No. And real fast, there was a super chat comment from Robin Webster. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. She says, God did not self-reference. The freak is saying it.
Right. So God has the power to consign me to hell. He doesn't have the authority.
Sure he does. You didn't submit to Jesus Christ.
How? Why?
Because you rejected Jesus Christ. He has the authority to do that.
Yeah, so
when you reject the thing that cleanses your sin from your soul, He's not going to keep your soul around.
Yeah, so that doesn't give Him the authority to consign me to hell.
Sure.
How does that work?
If you're not, nothing imperfect can stand before God and not be completely disintegrated. Okay, darkness cannot stand in the light. You would be darkness unless you accept Jesus Christ. You are darkness in spiritual sense.
Number one, I am a person with inalienable rights. Even God cannot deprive me of my rights. He could do it through His power, but He has no authority to. So a potter can create a pot, but I am not an inanimate object. I'm a living, breathing being. And God has no right, even though He created me under your regime, even though He created me, He has no right to send me to hell. None. And you just whipping up this imaginary authority, His authority because He has authority, is gibberish.
What makes you think you know the rights of others? I mean, especially if we're discussing what you consider maybe to be a hypothetical God. I mean, if there is a God, which I'm convinced there is, for you to claim that God has no right over you, that which gives you breath, that which gives you the day, that which gives you everything that you are, has no right to you, according to you.
Isn't that rebellion?
I could concede for argument's sake that God gives me my breath every day. That still doesn't give him the right to torture me for eternity.
No, you can do that yourself by denying God.
No, I'm not doing it, dude.
It's your choice. It's your choice.
I'm not doing it.
When you say he has no authority over you,
you have full authority.
Right? That's rebellion. What? That's that's the right that you're talking about. At that point, he has the right.
Authority isn't rights. What are you talking about?
Yeah, authority is a responsibility.
No, it's
a duty.
It's
an obligation.
It's something that we consent to. We consent to allow the policeman to stop us. That we consent to allow the policeman to stop us for speeding. That's by consent.
See, this is the problem, Brenda. You keep moving away from the internal critique and applying your worldview, and that's not how it works. Authority is the right to exercise power.
No, not indiscriminately.
That is exactly what the definition of the word is. And so if you derive that power in a different way than consent, it is still authority.
No.
Yes.
The policeman has authority to stop me. He doesn't have authority to shoot me.
Right. Again, this is the problem, is that you're equivocating in a way that doesn't apply. The real world. You are.
Okay. What are the two terms that I am equivocating on?
Authority and rights.
Yeah, those are two completely different things. I haven't mentioned anything about,
rights. Again, authority is defined by rights, the right to exercise power.
No.
Yes.
No, we give policemen the authority to enforce the law, right?
Right. So,
and then rights are acknowledged by the police.
Hold on.
They acknowledge the certain rights of the police that they have to respect certain rights.
Let's replace the word authority here with my definition, okay? So the police have the right to exercise the power to pull you over. Does that still hold true? So is that definitionally the same? Is that P equals P for you? That ultimately, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Then you're missing the point.
I don't think that authority and rights are the same things.
If you invite someone over to your house,
but authority is defined by rights.
And so then I'm not equivocating, then, am I? Because you said I was equivocating between authority and rights, and now you have agreed that they're not the same thing. So therefore, I did not equivocate, did I?
Brenda, I'm trying to help
you. I did not equivocate.
You're making a
did
bad
I?
Argument.
No, did I equivocate? You accused me of equivocation. Did I equivocate?
You know what? Honestly, I don't even remember anymore, and it's not worth arguing
with
you. I'll just hold on. No, please stop and listen for a second.
Hey, Brenda. Seconds ago,
Brenda,
you've forgotten everything.
Brenda, I'm going to prove your point.
Day.
Brenda, if you just shut up, I'll agree with you.
It's a brand new sunny day. The sun just rose.
I'll agree with you.
It's a brand new day.
Brenda,
my mind is clean as snow.
Have a wonderful evening, Jack. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Thank you, Jack, very much.
I always love having you by. I know it's probably 1:30 for you over there. I'm sorry you stayed up so late.
Thanks,
I appreciate it, though.
Thank you.
I'm glad you had fun, man. And hopefully we get a bunch more mega bloodbaths going here in the next few weeks. So if you want to do some more, hit me up and we'll schedule some more. I know this was kind of last minute for everyone, but I found somebody this morning and then I realized it should probably be 2v2. So I appreciate you coming in last minute, and sorry he no-showed.
Hey, who was that? That was Donnie and Kurt? Is that no?
I know you had Howdy and Kurt.
Howdy and Kurt. How did I get that?
I thought that was a great conversation.
It was a great conversation. And Donnie, it's been a pleasure with all of you guys. I've enjoyed it, even with Brenda. Blessings to you guys. Have a great night.
Thanks, Jack.
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
And on him and Brenda leaving, I was only there to run interference on her. Howdy and DeFreak, thank you guys very much for that. That was very entertaining. DeFreak, big props to you. Thank you for bossing up and stepping up to fill in that spot.
Yeah, no problem.
DeFreak, I do have to say, your position is so weird, dude.
Yeah. I know that. I know that. I've been told that. So, what am I going to do?
Oceanus, if you're Oceanus, if you're still in the audience, feel free to pop up here and we can play some Baldur's Gate while we do some more debates. I'm gonna make another stream real fast and shift everybody over to it to separate from the debate stream, just replicating the one from earlier. So let me do this real fast. And I'm going to shift everybody to a standard open panel stream. Just so it's separated from the debate, Bear with me for a second. This will be just 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes, probably. All right, I'm shifting it over to the live stream here now. So anybody who wants to stay and chat and debate and all that, I'm going to be up for a couple more hours. Looks like we're going to be having a little bit of Baldur's Gate going down. So we'll have some Dungeons and Dragons stuff, and hopefully we can get some more debates. Any theists that would like to come up here, feel free to join us. We'd love to have you up here. I'm swapping, though, to the... I'm basically just separating this. But I'm sending everybody over